Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round 10 of VFA football. And the first game of the round is between Dandenong and Prahran from the Port Melbourne Cricket Ground, or however you like to call it. It's the scene of the VFA action this afternoon, and if the game's half as good as the game we brought to you last week, then you're in for a treat. Conditions are well nigh perfect for this afternoon's match, which began in fine style for Prahran in the reserve grade, in which the top 5 teams were all equal on 28 points. That was before today. The top side, Dandenong, they're on percentage, lost by 15 points to the 2 Blues today, so Prahran are on top in the VFA seconds. To the seniors now, and Dandenong, who are watching this afternoon, find themselves just half a game outside the 5. Coburg on top are a game clear, not much between all the top 5, and it's pretty cutthroat from there on as well. Take a look at the other half of the ladder, you'll see that down in 11th position are Prahran. They're a game and a half behind Dandenong, but as we saw last week, relative positions on the ladder mean very little this season. Prahran have named the same 18 as was in the press, although there have been positional changes. And just picking out a few of them for you, Pate and Shorthouse have swapped at fullback and centre half back. Evans is now in the middle, Kiley on the half forward flank. Williamson will be the full forward this afternoon. Well, Prahran coach Ross Thornton is well aware that his team needs to win this game if it is to keep in touch with that top 5.
Crucial game. I mean, we're 2 games out now. We've got to win today to keep in touch, and you know, it's a good test for the boys. It's a mini premiership as far as we're concerned.
Are you happy with the style Prahran's playing so far?
Yeah, you know, as I was saying just before, we've got a lot of new guys in, and it's taken us time to adjust, but we're trying to get a longer, more direct style of game, and, you know, hopefully we can see that work in our favour today.
And what are your major strengths, do you think?
Well, we've got, you know, got a good blend of youth and, you know, a bit of experience back with Peter Wallace, which certainly helps. You know, Robin White would have been handy, but still, you know, you take the good with the bad. But the youth, the young guys that have come to the club have been great. They're, you know, exuberance and wanting to do well.
Dandenong named 5 interchange players in the press. 3 to miss out are Gottliesben, Lindsay and Garrett. The Marshall brothers, Russell and Justin, are playing, as do the 2 Darren Burks, who aren't related. And Darren Reid will play his last game for Dandenong today before going to Carlton. Assistant coach of the Redlegs is Craig Brady. He's out injured at the moment, but he too is well aware that if they drop this one, a finals berth will be that much harder to gain.
So we're the bye with a win and get back into the 5.
Apart from yourself being out, it's almost the best side you can put on the field.
Yes, well, we haven't got many injuries at the moment, which is good, and it's still great. It's good for the club. The seconds are doing not too bad, not too well today, but yeah, the injuries are pretty good, and it's pretty our strongest side, yeah.
How long for you?
I'll be playing the week after the bye.
So the 2 coaching staff we saw then, Ross Thornton and Craig Brady, out with injuries at the moment. That seems to be the story of season 1990. With me this afternoon, as per usual, Sam Kekovich and Phil Cleary. Phil, it's good to be rubbing shoulders with a man who won a premiership for Prahran with Ross Thornton.
That's what he was telling me before the telecast, that he was the man that won that premiership. And I'm not going to dispute that.
No, well, Roscoe, good to see him back. The 2 Blues have had a fair year, actually, despite... you know, they've had a few teething problems. You know, they've had to get a lot of youth in the club. They were undermanned last year, as we know, but he's putting the side together very nicely, and they're coming along nicely. I think their following division will be the area where hopefully they can win it. D'Alessandro's playing well as a fine rover.
And Morrissey.
Yeah, Morrissey's a great player.
Yes.
It's going to be a good contest, I think.
You saw Dandenong last week. Got in by 7 points against them.
Yes, we did, Peter. They're a very good side, disciplined. They run the ball well. Reed's good. McKenzie up forward. Green in the ruck. So they're a couple of players to watch. I think this could be a bit tighter than people think today. OK, Ross Booth down on the boundary line. He's already talked to the coaches. What else have you found out about Ross?
Well, there's a bit of action before the balls bounce. But Prahran are very keen. They're kicking with a slight breeze. Luke Surlos won the toss. And they have a rugby scrum beforehand to get fired up. And I think that's taken its effect out there. They're into it.
Well, it's Prahran going from right to left, and some heavy tackling early on. Might have hit the nail on the head there, Ross. Last week we saw it, and in the end, Oakley weathered the storm to win that game, as it's forward from Sulis. Ball knocked away by Taylor, and a throw in the right forward pocket for the 2 Blues. We haven't seen Prahran on television for a good year now. Dandenong have been absent from television until this season, and haven't they shown us some fine form? So I wonder if Prahran will take a leaf out of their book. They've started pretty well. Good chance for them here. They have plenty of Dandenong defenders back there. And it's rushed through for a behind by Tony Elshaw, the captain coach. And that's the first score on the board. A rush behind for Prahran. As I said, conditions well nigh perfect. But from the kick in, Dandenong going into a slight breeze. So it's the Williamstown Road end that's favoured. Ball's off to McConkey. Roving with Dandenong, a very open forward line too. Under pressure now, the two Blues, but they've got back there in numbers, though a little bit of indecision from Page. Lets Dandenong in, spilt by Mark. Wicks handball. They spread it back quickly, and it's there. Dennis Knight has got the first goal, as I think he did last time we had Dandenong on television, or the last time I saw them, not in the draw against Preston. But it's a good start for Dandenong, and they lead by 5 points after nearly 2 minutes.
A great passenger play by Brett McKenzie here. We see him farming the ball out to Knight on his own and kicked through it. It was very good play by McKenzie. Could have quite easily endeavoured to go it alone, but preferred the better option. Very unselfish, good teamwork.
And there's been a centre square infringement. It's against Dandenong.
Interesting centre square contest too. Warwick Green against Morrissey. Morrissey's a real leaper, but Green plays with a bit of experience at the centre bounce.
Morrissey spears it into the forward line. Almost a mark. Almost is not close enough. And Williamson hands the ball up. Umpires this afternoon, Hayden Kennedy and Andrew Coates. The bounce is about 45 metres out from the two Blues goal. Soulis couldn't get involved. The Redlegs to the wing. Taken by Wicks. Chips it over the head of Knight. Player leading into position and taking the mark is Milligan. Gary Milligan, Deputy Vice Captain at Dandenong.
A strong pair of hands, Milligan. Some very good grabs last week.
Kicked just a little bit long, in fact, and it allowed the defensive work from Gilder.
Shorthouse did very well there. Oh, have a look at this.
Well, they say that...
man's best friend?
Yeah, that owners sometimes look like their dogs or vice versa.
Is that a compliment to that man, Peter?
Compliment to his dog. Lacko got the fist. Soulis told he's clear. Walford giving him instructions. Doubling back there is Kylie, but he won't get there in time. It's Marshall, Justin, that is. Bounce pass. Could have been the leg in there. Kylie worked hard. Got it to Wallace. No look pass. Good football. Tapping. And a poor kick. Fine passage of play comes unstuck. And Nick Murray takes the mark for Dandenong.
Page flies, fist from behind. Flipped out quickly by Milligan. The Redlegs moving forward. Through Reed, drafted this week by Carlton. Out to Mullane. Plenty of space. Here's danger. Elshaw, second shot at goal. Is it goal number 2 for Dandenong? Just astray. There's Tony Elshaw with his knees strapped, and a few players, including McKenzie, have their knees strapped.
It's interesting with Darren Reed, Ross, after he kicked the ball, he kept running, got right down into the forward line and nearly won the ball back, and that's always a good sign from a running player.
That was the Prahran bench with Neville Taylor, chairman of selectors, former Fitzroy back pocket player, of course, along with the coach, another back pocket player from Fitzroy. Taylor, strong pair of hands, this fellow. Kicks a lot of goals for the two Blues. He's up on half-back flank now, but usually he's playing on half forward. At the back is Ryan. Out to Johnson. Evans with him. Johnson kicks. Williamson's battling at the back. Oh, strong mark to Marshall. And away they go.
Dandenong through Gilder. Lead from Knight. Just getting it 3 or 4 metres ahead of tapping. Taking advantage of it. And he'll get away from tapping without too much bother. Setting himself Mullane through the hands of Walford. Wallace towards the boundary line, straight to Wicks. And he accepts the gift. And the Redlegs get their second after 5.5 minutes.
It's a little unfortunate there, Phil, wasn't he? He did the right thing, farming the ball out to the boundary line, but what he didn't account for was, here we see it on screen. Who was that chipping in?
Wicks.
Wicks, yes.
You know, last week against us, that's Coburg out at the City Oval, Coburg, they started in similar fashion. They used the ball very well, and their running players were always dangerous. There's the knock, and Wicks collects it. No, not...
I think he endeavoured to. It was a little bit unfortunate that he never got a...
He seemed to be knocking it backwards more than to the boundary, didn't he?
He's a bit scared of those free kicks, Peter, that you've orchestrated for deliberately putting the ball out of bounds.
Michael Gaffer's been nabbed at Collingwood for doing it, so perhaps it's gradually starting to filter in to Bill Della's thinking.
Morris in the tap. Shark by McCormack. Kicked out of the middle by Milligan. Walford in the way for the two Blues. Now under pressure is Ashcroft, dispossessed. Oh, good smother by Kylie. Good use of the ball, this fellow. Looking for D'Alessandro from the back. First hands. Johnson gets thrown away.
One of their better players, Kylie. Very important in the middle of the ground.
It's many possessions. Umpire Andrew Coates with the bounce. Good work by Green, holding the man aside and using his left hand to get the tap. 14, there he is, the dandy ruckman.
Got a very solid defence, Ross, haven't they, Dandenong? Especially in particular Russell Marshall. He's a fine fullback. I've been very impressed with him for a number of weeks.
Kylie waltzed clear and got a good torpedo at goal. Oh, how unlucky can you be? That must have bounced about a foot out from the line and it's managed to hit the post.
I think it landed right on the line, actually, Peter. It went sideways. You're right about Marshall, Sam, and is he big and strong, too?
Burke being sweated on. Good pace from Reid to get clear. Knight couldn't quite hold it. He gets away from tapping again. Dennis Knight's a focal point. He's well up on the wing on that occasion. Milligan, great strength. Reid put his body in there and took Wallace out of the contest. The bounce is about 60 metres out from goal.
There's Craig Brady on the left, the assistant coach, and
last year's coach,
former coach,
current general manager Michael Hawking.
Up forward go the Redlegs again. D'Alessandro puts in the Shepherd. That was well done. Cleared by Evans. Wide, who's got the pace? Mackenzie is the sole Dandenong player. Evans has more pace. Kicks it to centre wing. Murray, well tackled by Evans. Forcing a throw in.
Do you think the Marshall boys look like brothers, Ross?
No, I didn't. No,
no, my mistake, and thank you to that viewer who's rung in and pointed out my error. That is very correct. The Marshalls are not brothers, and either are the Baron Burke, so they just like putting similar names in the lineup to confuse us, and they succeeded.
They have with the Burkes now Shorthouse. It can be a difficult name. Into the middle. Reid with tapping. And they've got it by themselves. In comes Knight. Quickly to hand. Fires it up, but the only person there is the Dandenong runner. In comes Mark. He clears for the two Blues to centre wing. Knight at the foot of the pack. He's doing well. Picks out Milligan. Oh, he might have been off. Now he is. The back is Mackenzie, pushing and shoving. Oh, Shorthouse does well. Good roving. Wicks it is. Can he paddle it to Mullane? Oh, well. Drama from the goal umpire.
It was a bit unlucky. Peter Shorthouse there, I feel, against Mackenzie. A little bit of a push in the back, I suspected.
I think this hits the post.
Oh. Well, you call it, Roscoe. Come on.
Well, umpire David Ashton.
He was in a pretty good position, wasn't he, to see it? To just brush the padding. Burke gets one high. And swings it out to Darren Burke. No relation. Plenty of loose men, but they're just fiddling a little bit. This is Reid. Milligan, a Shepherds of sorts. Reid is held up by Peter Mark, taking Such at centre-half back. That's a dangerous kick. And stolen away beautifully by McCormack, but he's caught by Kiley. That could go anywhere. Diving Justin Marshall, couldn't take it with him. Away goes Tim Taylor. Very open forward line for the two Blues. Rod Johnson could have got one in the back. The umpires have put their whistles away, and they'll have to blow up for a bounce just forward to centre wing, Prahran into attack.
And they need a goal, Prahran, to settle them down. They've had a few chances around about half forward. Haven't been able to make anything of it.
Umpires today, Andrew Coates and Hayden Kennedy. It's umpire Coates with the ball now. And Green wins it. Morrissey's not there, he's across half back. So Green won that easily. Couldn't get it away. And Green will battle again. More conventional, they run at each other. No, here comes Ryan from the back, into the back of Green. McCormack the quick kick. Elshaw's in front, down he goes. Gill a long one, McKenzie. Oh, Shorthouse does very well. Both very strong players.
And he's doing it well, Ross, because he's playing from in front, not giving a McKenzie the chance to really leap over him. He's nice and close to him.
Shorthouse to the wing. Burke, well, spoils it illegally. Too much doubts about that.
Thank you.
Kick from Evans. Oh, must have been looking into the sun there, Peter Ryan. I don't know why he missed that one. Away goes Nick Murray. Open forward line. Well, it's not quite onto the forward line, but he's got the chance to get back on it, Justin Marshall. But the Blues arrive in time. This time their forward line's not so open. Elshaw over the top. Roving done by Gilder. Knight couldn't scoop it up. And again, Prahran. This time a little more system. Pulling for it was Soulis.
There's one man they need to really set them on fire, Luke Soulis, the veteran.
Oh, it's a beautiful kick too. Somehow he found the lead. Williamson amongst 3 or 4 Dandenong players. It was a hook-shaped lead, but he got into the gap and he was found. So directly in front, Graham Williamson from about 40 metres. And they need this one, Prahran.
I like the way he approached the ball then. Peter was very sure about what he was doing and didn't take his eyes off it and held it with one grab.
And he split the middle.
I'm more impressed with the kick. Superb goal, just what they needed.
Kick 5
Kick
goals.
5, yes, Ross.
Last week against Preston.
You felt that he wasn't quite up to, well, not quite so much up to the mark. You felt that, you know, he never had the capacity to rival the real heavyweights of the goal square in the competition.
Well, when he kicks 10, we'll give him the benefit.
But that was a superb mark. Well, but Luke Soulis I was talking about, he's a veteran. He's been there about 14 years. He was there when I was at Prahran, and he's a tremendous possession gatherer and a great club man. He's one guy that can really get them going.
Well, there has been a big statement made by Phil Cleary that if Williamson kicks 10 goals, Prahran will win. Another brave one from Phil. He tipped it last week with Reno, who kicked exactly 10, and Oakley did win. So there's still plenty of hope for Prahran yet. Wicks is proving elusive on the forward line, but they're tackling hard, Prahran. Shuffled forward. Here's Wicks again, taking it off Knight and bagging his second.
Gee, they've got to do something about Knight. He's been a ball of fire across that half-forward line.
Having a picnic, isn't he, Sammy?
Just roaming, really working hard, slotting himself into a hole. But what I like about Dandenong is they're really running onto the ball, as you said, filling waves, and they've got numbers to the ball and the ball carrier, whether he's caught or not. There's always an option there for him to get out. And here we see Knight onto Wicks.
And they're making mistakes, though, Prahran, Sam, in those clinches when it's a bit tight. The blokes have tapped the ball or tried to kick the ball off the ground.
Morrissey, second grab, out of the middle.
A back kick.
Tackles going in.
Actually, the tackling's been a feature of the game so far, Ross.
Sam, before the match, Ross Thornton, of course, who I think broke his hand, he was involved in the I'd call it like a rugby scrum in the rooms before the game. Incredible.
Pre-match warm-up, yes.
I'd hate to be out of it. Johnson, the snap at goal, is good. And Rod Johnson has kicked a number of goals and was in Phil Cleary's state squad. Puts the second goal on the board for Prahran.
Won't hold that against him.
No, he's a lively player. And, you know, well, this is a good goal. He actually punts the ball through the old-fashioned punt kick, and through she goes. It's a good effort because they need a couple to keep themselves in touch, Brand. I think they've made a few mistakes which have cost them goals, so they're still in with a good chance to be very competitive.
The kick was a bit like one of yours, Phil. In fact, I believe you had a run last week.
Yes, Ross, I did.
Dandenong out of the middle through Elshaw. Knight, he was off.
Good decision.
Someone agreed. Wicks feeds the handball out this time. Reed chips it to Mullane. Takes plenty of time. And misses. Well, he could have taken another 3 or 4 seconds.
Well, that was demoralising. The lead-up work was absolutely faultless, and then to see an easy shot like that squandered, it really does have a demoralising effect on the side.
He just paddled it, Sam, didn't he, rather than kicking straight through the ball.
Mark uses his body well.
Good play.
Marshall's in fringe, Justin Marshall. No advantage there, wrong team.
I'll tell you what, the umpiring has been superb. I know there's been it's brought to the umpire's attention a lot of players staging for free kicks in the media during the week, but they're not playing the dicey ones, which has really assisted the game so far.
Reed couldn't keep the ball in. Page tackling him. And there is a bit of sunshine here today. Haven't had much in the last month.
One of Du Bois down, I think.
Morrissey. Mark again.
They look a little bit more polished, Dandy, but Prahran's hanging in there, which is a good sign.
Now Green battles with Morrissey. Morrissey a height advantage, but Green got front position. Kylie gets away. And, the boundary ump over there. Chris Nicolaitis is being overworked.
He was an interchange, was he, Chris Nicolaitis?
Yes, he's an interchange. Umpire Duncan unable to take his spot.
Be able to write a biography on the umpires. Roscoe, and a few people in the crowd. You know that much about most people that get to a VFA game, don't you?
That's right, Phil. It's my business to know.
Good.
Green, number 14, doing the ruck work against Peter Ryan, number 7.
Yes, I think
Ryan.
the picture tells the story there why that was paid.
In fact, I don't, in the reserves, the Dandenong reserves, Matthew Shinner, son of Kevin Shinner, has played his first game today in the reserves, and probably won't be long before he's in the seniors.
His father was a tough player too, Ross. Kevin Shinners.
Me ever.
Soulis bouncing the ball through to Johnson. Good gather.
Good handball.
Evans calling for it, making himself available and taking too long. Pressure right on. And it's taken away by D'Alessandro. Dandenong standing up to this forward thrust. But they'll have to do it again as Morrissey bombs to within 30 metres of goal. Front position from Williamson. Knock away from Marshall. That's a high tackle against McConkey. And D'Alessandro. Difficult shot at goal.
Looks the part, doesn't he, Peter? Well proportioned. Low to the ground, very well muscled.
Wondering what part you're thinking. Hamlet. Stuck it out in front of goal, hoping the wind will do the rest. Good goal. Oh, no, I take it back. And he has another look, but the goal umpire right on the spot.
No holding in the huddle. Don't hold anyone.
I think that tally sheet will balance at the end of the day, will it, Phil?
He was just crossing out the goal because he heard Peter G call it. Had to put a point in.
Out wide, D'Alessandro there again. He's always held without. Oh no, perhaps he was in possession. Well umpired.
Oh.
And trying to find space is Burke. He eventually does so into the middle. And Milligan marks. Off he goes. Looking out wide. Wicks. Good fist by Mark, who's impressed so far. Evans just gets away. Didn't have a lot of pace. Goes for goal and looks pretty good.
Good play.
And scores are level. The two Blues hit back.
It's a fine player, Mark Evans. I must confess I don't know a great deal about him, but I've been impressed with what I've seen so far in this first quarter, and Prahran are playing very, very well.
Showing a lot of spirit, Sam, aren't they? This is a very good bit of play. He's almost tackled, gets around. He can't deliver the ball to the free Prahran, plus he has to go for the goals. and does the job. It was Williamson who was just out to the right of the screen, but he was unable to swing it round and chose the right option, a goal.
Very similar to last week's game so far. Scores level, 20 minutes gone. Knock from Evans. Head down.
No,
that's...
I don't agree with
you. Yeah. He was going the ball, but he ducked his head as well. He's got the free kick, McCormick. Spears it low towards Milligan. Free kick from Mullane. No doubt about that one. Sean Mullane, 50 metres out from goal. Prahran, Brains Trust look on anxiously. The rover is Wicks, and he hasn't hooked that one enough, and he'll be really ruining that because he had time to drop it onto his boot on the angle and swing it back, but his 7th possession gives him a personal tally of 2-1 so far today, Richard Wicks.
Tapping kicks in poorly too, out to Mark. Tapping's got the job on Knight.
It's a funny one, that one, Peter, of ducking the head. In my illustrious game last week with the reserves, played a half, I did put my head down and stage for free, and the umpire said, no, ducked your head, and I said, well, the ball was on the ground, I couldn't get the ball without ducking my head.
It's funny you should mention that, as the ball's shoveled forward by Mark. Still Prahran under pressure, handed out by Wallace. Green couldn't take it with him, but it spilled off nicely to McConkey. Could have been nearly a free kick there for holding the man. Mackenzie couldn't get it clear. Mark, but plenty of red legs around him. Gathered in by McCormick, who's caught well by Mark. Ooh. And he gives him one to go on with.
That was a Williams episode, wasn't it?
Umpire was obscured. Here it is on replay. Oh, I think he got one first.
That was a little bit closer to the ball though, that one.
Flipped out by Reid. Up towards Milligan in the wake, Page, and he's got one for his trouble. Stuart Page.
You're talking about ducking your head. When I was playing junior football, one of the coaches said, oh, you'll get injured, son, because you go into your packs with your head down. And yeah, since that day, I've been trying to work out how you go into a pack looking up in the air and just reaching down there somewhere and hoping the ball gets into your hands.
You got to have your arms grow a bit like an orangutan to manage that one.
Page looks towards Williamson. Oh, a 3-1. Fisted clear. Who's at the front? Nice work by Kylie with the body. Evans. Look for Morris here. Over the top to Johnson's got the fumbles. Support by Evans, who's a left footer.
That's well done.
Bouncing ball. Williamson now a chance. Over the shoulder. Oh, beautifully done. Number 2.
Gee, Ross. He's done today. He's done very, very well.
He's not up to it, Sam, is he? Not up to it.
Were you bagging him during the week, Roscoe? You're a good judge. But you know what I like about the Prahran side? They really assist each other well, and they tackle and chase and give support.
Well, having a go, and that's, I think if you listen to Ross Thornton's preview, he said one of the things that really pleased him is the youth, the new players that have come into the side, are exuberant and they're really setting an example, and it's great. And I think that's what's given him a lot of faith to go on.
Well, they bowled over Williamstown about 3 weeks back, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
That is a fact that shouldn't be forgotten. And it was at Williamstown. No mean feat, and there's been another centre square infringement. It's been evened up because this time it was Prahran.
Poor Field, our statistician, nodding his head or shaking his head in disgust.
Green. Good distance into the breeze. Oh, Elshaw, plenty of time. And he doesn't take advantage of it either. Well, they've missed some easy opportunities, Dandenong.
They could well rue those easy misses later in the day.
It's usually a pretty reliable kick at goal, Tony Elshaw, too.
Phil, I have the feel that Brett McKenzie, who's there he is standing on the mark, he's got his knees strapped, but I think he's not all that fit. Now, Burke, put under pressure, the kick not good. Well done, tapping, goes straight to Murray. Oh, and he has hurt his shoulder.
Oh, dear. Might have landed awkwardly there.
The point of the shoulder. And that's very painful. There it is.
Dislocated it, I think.
I think he's just bruised it, Phil, I reckon.
Well, I hope if it is dislocated, we don't see it being put back in. Thank you very much.
Moves the field. Meanwhile, play goes on up to the dangerous Knight. Tapping. We'll have to watch him Tapping on the mark now.
Okay, right there.
Knight surely can't get the distance. 8 possessions to Dennis Knight.
That's it.
Looks like that fella that was kissing the girl on the front of the paper the other day.
Into the square. Where's Mackenzie? There he is. Well, showed no ill effects there.
And that's where he's dangerous, Ross. If he gets a bit of a run into the pack, he can really leap over the top and take a big mark. And it's very important for the player on him to be holding the ground so he doesn't have that space to leap.
And Mackenzie makes no mistake and puts Dandenong back in front. But you can see there his knee with that strapping. It was a beautiful mark.
He's had quite a fine season, Mackenzie. We saw him kick 4 goals a couple of weeks ago. Ross at Preston did very well.
We see him leap from the back there, and that's when he's most dangerous.
It was a big leap. Great grab, that.
Well, Nick Murray receiving some attention. Ian Atkinson came on to replace him. And I think you might be right, Ross,
yes.
Bruising.
I think he's done his AC joint.
Yes, they can be very painful at night. Very hard to sleep on.
Sounds like a finance company. 26.5 minutes gone. That's 2 points in favour of Dandenong. Green and Morrissey take each other out of it. To Alessandro. His teammate upfield gives away the free kick. Gilda's handball. And making a meal of it, Dandenong. But there's been a free kick spotted behind play.
Morrissey hasn't been able to take over at the centre bounce. The thing about Warwick Green, he's an awkward sort of customer at the centre bounce. Doesn't let you leap over the top very easily.
Russell Marshall, wobbly old kick. Knight almost hauled it in anyway. Elshaw's handball. Reid drew the man and handballed nicely to Milligan. Kept going, Darren Reid. Was run into a bit of a dead end, but Milligan kept running also. Great team play between those two. Atkinson in a tight corner.
Yeah, just fiddling around with the ball at the moment, Peter. They would be better served kicking the ball long.
Well, stark contrast in the two styles of play, because Prahran are using the long game. Knocked forward by Page. Back it comes again pretty quickly. And defensive work from Walford was good.
Filling my travels this week, I unearthed a few more VFA supporters.
No, where did you go?
Near Coburg, Joe Cesari and Mario and Nick Longo of Aquila fame. They are avid VFA supporters, watch us every week and really enjoy the program.
Elshaw the shot.
Cheerio, boys.
And again, he's just wide. Ball quickly to foot.
Actually, you mentioned Longo. There were two Longo brothers in Hobart. Used to make fantastic shoes. I've always wondered if they were any relation.
Could well be. Mario and Nick.
Shorthouse comes commentary box side. Oh, Atkinson off the interchange. Over the top of Walford.
What sort of shoes do you reckon he's wearing, Roscoe?
Looking for Mackenzie, who leaps. Oh, and Shorthouse fisted away cleverly. Wicks. D'Alessandro the tackle. Reads a left footer. Off the boot. And Knight can't gather it.
He's got a little touch of class about him, Reid, hasn't he? Just steadies and knows what he's doing. Although that ball was touched off the boot, he wasn't going to do anything silly with it.
Sam and I picked him as man of the match, didn't we, Sam?
We certainly did, Roscoe.
Here he is on the left foot, and he puts it through. Darren Reid.
And that's one of the reasons why Carlton drafted him last week. This will be his last game at Dandenong, unfortunately. His 9th possession. It's a clever Rovers goal.
And that's got Paddy Flaherty written all over it, hasn't it? The old left foot.
Is he a goal sneak or a will-o'-the-wisp?
Nice work.
He's a bit of both.
John Northey goal.
By Milligan in the ruck too.
Well, that was a handy one for Dandy. 29 minutes into the first term. 9 points separate the sides. Bounce favours Morrissey. He gains 25 metres with the thump.
He's very good at that, Peter. Up in Canberra, he was sensational in the last quarter in that representative game at the centre bounce.
Gilda's handball taken by Taylor. Knock on from Kiley. Marshall. Quite happy to see it over. Thirsty work this afternoon at Port Melbourne.
With the sun beating down on you in late June in Melbourne, you need a drink.
It's amazing, isn't it?
They wait for their moment. They time it beautifully. Wicks. The hand pass. And we've had
On the mark, come back and meet
over 30 minutes in this first quarter. It's been an entertaining one. Williamson underneath the ball. Good judgment by Green, didn't bring it to ground. Well done, Evans. And Prahran in danger, looking dangerous. D'Alessandro can't pick it up. Now he's tackled. Flipped out, missed by Kylie. Late is Gilder. Still a chance at the two Blues. Williamson for number 3. Oh, who's that? Smothering brilliantly with Burkhardt. Elshaw it was. The running marshal from fullback. As the siren sounds for quarter time here at North Port.
Oh, an inspirational smother on the siren, that one from the captain coach. He'll have some ammunition at his troops, who had to work hard to get that 9-point lead at quarter time. Goal kickers for Dandenong. Wicks 2, Reed, that's Darren, Dennis Knight and Brett McKenzie have singles, while for Prahran 2 to Williamson, the full forward, Johnson and Evans, single goal kickers for Prahran. So highly competitive first term, Dandenong just having the edge at quarter time.
This vessel would be nearly twice the size of Ra 2. Nothing like it had been seen in the world for thousands of years.
Next on Kon-Tiki Man, Tor Heyerdahl goes to the Middle East to build his biggest reed ship ever. His plan to link the very beginnings of civilization, from the River Tigris to the Persian Gulf, and finally the Indian Ocean. Men and craft are put to the test. But there are troubles of a different kind. On a voyage of peace, the coast and its protectors turn hostile. Their mission complete, Heyerdahl and his men have a surprise for their tormentors. The Kon-Tiki Man, next on Horizons, 6:30 tonight, ABC.
Skirts all fly and rumps will bump, 7:30 Sunday as the nation rocks with a fabulous new series of That's Dancin', as Australia's top dancers strut their stuff for a trip of a lifetime. Presented by Paul Newman and Maureen DeLacy, it's 60 minutes of brilliant entertainment. And this week featuring Rhonda Birchmore with the fabulous Toe Tappers. So who will win and make it through to the finals? Could they be from your state? Match your wits against the experts and pick the winner on That's Dancin'. That's Entertainment, Sunday, ABC.
No, I just dropped in.
Well, as we hear about Sam's Footwear, let's take a look at what you have to do to win $200 from Mazda. To pick up that, all you have to do is name the man of the match on the back of an envelope. That's the player that we pick at the end of the game as the Wards Express man of the match. Get it into the VFA by last mail on Wednesday. You could win that $200 prize. And the lucky winner this week, who correctly named Reno Preto as last week's player of the game, was Mrs. E.A. Knowles. Eureka Terrace, Ballarat. Eureka, she'll be shouting right now. Mrs. Knowles, well done. Let's update AFL, and 3 games being played in this split round, 2 of them today, and nothing between Melbourne and the Saints at the MCG. 3 points to St Kilda. Same goes for the game at Princes Park. As far as goals are concerned, but Geelong a little bit inaccurate, but have the lead by 9 points at quarter time there, or progressively into the second term. As we look at the Prahran huddle, and here's Ross Thornton.
Actually go back to a pocket now. We've got Sean coming on to centre half. A bit of height. He'll give us a contest in the ruck there. It's work there. All jumping into Willow. That means we're going to have the Crummers at the front. They won't mark it. They can only bring it down the front. So we've got 3 and 4 jumping with Willow. We need our guys at the front.
Well, the Willow that Ross is talking about is Graham Williamson, who's the major goal kicker for Prahran. So they're looking to feed off him.
So they can see that second option.
Well, I think it's been a very entertaining first quarter, Pete. I think they've done very well, Prahran. I think Dandenong have squandered a number of scoring opportunities by being a little indirect. I felt they've been breaking down, I feel, in the key forward positions, even though Milligan's got a number of touches. But McKenzie, apart from 1 mark, has been safely held by Shorthouse. And that was the first goal scored by, if my memory serves me correctly, Knight, yeah, and he's been a live wire around that forward line. He's had about 8 or 9 possessions, and they've really got to...
The thing about Knight, Sam, is he'll get right down half back line, and in the twinkling of the eye, he's up on the half forward line.
He works very hard, Peter.
Yeah. Both he and Reed do run well around the middle of the ground and keep running. That's right, Peter. And there you see him feeding the ball out there to Wicks for a goal on the left foot. And Johnson there replying with a punt kick through the goals, which was very handy. I think got Prahran up and running again.
I think the smaller
winning in the middle. Evans in the middle, you think?
Yeah, he's going quite well.
He's going all right, but I just feel the smaller brigade of Dandenong have just got the edge on Prahran at the moment. I know Prahran are heavily reliant on D'Alessandro and Soulos, and they've been relatively quiet by their standards, whereas opposed to Reid, who's having a fine game, Knight, Wicks in particular is playing very well, and there's the mark I was referring to. And the stats will tell the story as well.
A lot of kicks in the first quarter for Dandenong. They were going against a slight breeze. They're leading in just about all areas of the game, statistically, and also on the scoreboard at quarter time, where they hold a 9-point break. Ross Booth, what have you gleaned? Not a lot at this stage, but...
Still snooping.
I think he's still compiling his notes, Ross. You can rest assured when he does finally get them together, there'll be words of wisdom, Phil.
Indeed they will. Sam, they'll enlighten us, no doubt.
No. Off you go, Roscoe.
Well, caught me again. Well, I listened to Tony Elshaw, and he said even though they've got a slight breeze, two things to remember. One is to kick the ball just in front of the forwards, don't long bomb it to Milligan and McKenzie, and to get it out commentary box side. And, of course, to keep the work rate up because the wind won't do it. So a good, exciting quarter coming up, I suggest.
Yes, and how right. The wind certainly won't do it for you. You've got to work equally as hard with the breeze as you do against it.
Ball's put down to get the second term underway. Bounce favoured Evans. Touch off the boot by Green. Attacking the ball well, Darren Burke. Is there going to be 50 here? No, just a little bit of...
good umpiring.
Yes, discipline there for both sets of players. 2 on 2 here. Good spoil. And Evans. Faked well. He got tripped, but the umpire let it go. Good advantage played and good talking there. Shot at goal from Johnson, and a fine grab from Williamson.
Great judgment.
I think Johnson, I don't know whether he tried to centre that ball or go for the goals. If he did try to centre it, it was very good play.
Well, they weren't able to swamp Williamson on that occasion. The ball came down quickly. Marked and gold. Third for Graham Williamson.
Yes, he's certainly doing the job for them up front. If they get the ball down there quick and give him the opportunities, he's certainly capable of converting. Marshall's certainly got his hands full here.
Yes, it'll be it will be, Sam, because Marshall's a very strong player and sticks at the task. So it'll be one for the viewers to watch intently for the rest of the game.
Interesting to note too, the free kick that was resultant for tripping back here ended in a report. The Dandenong player, in fact, was reported for tripping.
Yes, I was going to ask that question, Sam.
What, as to the validity of the report?
No, whether he would be reported, because it's an automatic report, deliberate tripping.
Morrissey won it in the ruck. Forward by Page. Good knock on. Taylor trying to get it down to Soulos. Comes back to Taylor. Mullane. Oh, one-handed handball. Taylor, no room to move. Good tackle on him by Marshall. Justin Marshall, half-back flank. Not making a lot of distance with the breeze. Better read by Page, but he couldn't hold the mark. Mark puts the tackle on when Green didn't have it. The big fella takes it.
Little mistakes. A dropped mark there, and it puts Prahran under pressure now.
Warwick Green sticking it up high. McKenzie couldn't wrestle clear, but here he is at ground level. Fine pickup. Wicks. Well, he had a look, but didn't look at the ball onto the boot. Knight looking for someone to feed off to. McKenzie. Desperate tackle. 3 of them, in fact, and it spills loose to Tapping. Good tackling there. Getting Prahran out of trouble. Wallace. Half forward. Well down is Johnson. And they have got it out of the immediate danger zone. So that's what they were looking for, the two Blues.
Good pressure, wasn't it?
Defense, yes.
Tackling,
great tackle.
and then backing up and running the ball out.
Morrissey in front. Nicely found Walford. Wallace all gave it to Knight. Wasn't 10. Slow motion. Knight still fights on. Walford 2. Now Evans. Reid tackled. Oh.
Both sides having difficulty developing a pattern of play, any system. It's all a bit hit and miss at the moment.
Well, it's Atkinson with the free. Wallace on the mark. Taken quickly by Atkinson. McKenzie caught behind. Was that 2 grabs? Well done. Feeds it out. And who's that popping it through? Reed on the wrong foot, on his right foot, kicks his second goal, but good quick work with the hands by McKenzie.
And Brett McKenzie's doing the team-orientated thing so very well. I think we were critical earlier in one of our coverages of Dandenong that McKenzie had a tendency to be a little bit too individualistic.
It's interesting though, Shorthouse still playing in front and does the right work there, and he's just a little bit stiff that the ball spins over the back, because he did get first hands on it. But to McKenzie's credit, he was quick to hand the ball off.
Just stretching the groin there. They lead now by 11 points. It was 9 points at quarter time as it's spooned out. Ball called some sections of the crowd. Fine pick-up. He's done well, that player, to get it across to Evans. It was Johnson getting down there to feed it off, and that one's gone out of the full. Phil, did you pick up who the player was for Dandenong that was nabbed for intentional tripping?
No.
Paul, our statistician, has Atkinson, was it? Milligan. And that's, should he accepted, an automatic 2-match suspension. So that's quite a loss. As away goes Burke. Very open forward line. Prahran was standing the challenge, and the good kick finding Johnson. He's been in everything. Williamson won't get there in time. Oh, Mullane just dropped the head a little bit. He's got the ball back though, and he's able to clear.
Oh, and look what he's found. The captain coach alone in the middle of the ground. Long now, McKenzie the target. Oh, and in front, Stuart Page, a very good mark coming from the side.
They're playing in front, the Prahran defenders, and that's good disciplined football.
Page back to where it came. Tim Taylor, with him Justin Marshall. And McConkey couldn't control it. There's Marshall and Taylor, half back and half forward.
Tim Taylor from Carlton under-19s.
Before that, Therry.
Therry Corpus Christi.
That's right.
What a mouthful. Come on, Therry Corpus Christi. Must be difficult.
That's all right, got it out.
In fact, his father, Reg, is president of the Therry Football Club. There's Luke Surlos, the acting captain today. He's been...
Just can't break loose at the moment. Ross, a very damaging player when he's got the ball.
Morrissey won that clearly. Knight over the head. Reed, a quick one. To Elshaw, the interchange. Reed for number 3. No.
And Phil, we had a little trip down the country this week to Mortlake. Send our cheerios, in particular to Wayne and Heather Webster, mine hosts at the Mount Chadwell Hotel. What a great night, wasn't it?
And we now own a couple of bricks in the wall in the Mortlake change rooms.
Yes.
A social club.
Fabulous audience. Hope they do well today. They've got an important match.
Ball left behind by McCormick.
You're right under it.
Atkinson didn't get it away in time before the whistle went, and a free kick for Surlos.
Yeah, he's just get it out.
Oh. Well, the kick made no distance into the bruise, but the mark's been pulled down by Walford. Willie Walford onto the left boot. Sticking it up for Williamson, who has to prop. It doesn't matter, it's a Prahran mark.
That's the mark right there. Yep, thank you.
Taylor.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of distance made with kicks into the breeze in this term. Let's see if Taylor can do something about it. Won't quite have the legs. Rovers all Dandenong. Burke couldn't get it clear. Kiley, he heard a call, but it might have been from a Dandenong player who got it to the wing. And that's in the back. No, stage, said the umpire. Atkinson knocks it on towards Knight. Surlos's handball. He's getting involved a little bit more. Johnson. A change in number. Hanrahan, that's the player that's just come in this week. He's come off interchange bench. D'Alessandro to within 20 metres of goal. Roving from Johnson. He's the player of the quarter so far. Wants a mark from Williamson. He's going to do the roving instead. Nice shepherding from Kiley. Williamson unselfishly tried to square it to the player at the edge of the square, Ryan, but away goes Reed for Dandenong.
The target is Knight. Gets past him, tapping there. Always in possession. Oh, well, Knight gets the free. Phil, you didn't agree?
Well, I thought he tried to tap it out once or twice and it was held back in. He was a little bit stiff.
To half-forward, Page is spoiling. Well done, Mark. Oh, the hand pass a bit later. Wallace almost in trouble. Gets clear. Now Ryan's in front. Mullane will punch. Taylor couldn't grab it. It's all Dandenong. Elshaw. And Tim Taylor has infringed. The free kick going to Justin Marshall. Quickly to Elshaw. Marshall's run from full back. There's Williamson, his man. And he'll outpace him. He's going to take him on. Good play by Marshall. Now he gets the stutters. Kick deep into the pocket, the defensive pocket where Richard Wicks is there to mark. Reed Atkinson it is. They look very similar. Takes a good mark in front of Walford.
That's it.
Now he's looking for a lead, and there was almost one there. Reed's led short, but he goes long to the square. McKenzie, the leap. Oh, and Reed at the foot of the pack. Brilliantly done. Number 3 for Darren Reed.
He is a class player, isn't he, Ross?
No one else there, though, Sam, was there?
No, it was poor defence, but by gee, he reads the play so well. Such an intelligent rover, and that's a prerequisite, I guess, for a rover to be intelligent, because you've got to get a majority of your possessions in this manner, and he does place himself accordingly. He did it very, very well, and he's really proving the difference between the two sides at the moment.
So I reckon those two Prahran blokes are a bit stiff with the push there from McKenzie, because he didn't get anywhere near the ball.
Sam, you're sending some Cheerios to the country. Well, I've got one to send. There's a particularly reunion taking place up at Newmarket of a 1970 premiership side.
Ooh.
Sorry, I can't
going
be there.
to.
Did you win that one for Newmarket like Sam did for Prahran in '78?
No, it wasn't single-handedly.
He was nodding his head, ladies and gentlemen. Elshaw. Oh, Prahran. And Page done well at centre half back.
My word, they've stood firm in the key defence positions.
Wobbles off the side of the boot, allowing Dandenong in. Reed. He's very good at drawing the man. The handball that time wasn't so good. Clever play from Wallace, but Reed, fine tackle. Hanrahan. And he's found that man, Johnson. Paul Johnson wants the lead from Williamson. It doesn't come. It goes in short instead and really set up his teammate Ryan there for Mullane. Burke's caught high and not very happy as Peter Ryan. Played 11.5 minutes into the second term. 16-point leaders are Dandenong. Good strength in from Milligan. Flipped out towards Reed. Morrissey. Oh, well, really, Prahran should have locked that in there. Elshaw, his mind was read nicely there by Wallace, but he got it off to Burke. D'Alessandro tries to spoil Reed. D'Alessandro towards Hanrahan. He's got 3 to beat. Oh, heavy use of the body there from Milligan. And Ryan still upset. Away goes Kiley and finds Williamson.
You got the bloody thing. Just worry about the ball then.
I like him, Peter Ryan. He has a go.
I think he really...
He's a pretty aggressive sort of character.
I think he had every right there to be a little bit upset with the treatment. But good advantage played, and Williamson has capped it off with a goal. Lead back to 10 points for Dandenong. That's the 4th goal for Williamson, and 2 in each quarter so far.
The good thing about certainly their target, isn't he, Phil, up there?
Yeah, well, the good thing too, Sam, Peter Ryan, when he copped it on the chin, he just kept going. You know, and he thought once the ball's clear, he thought, well, I'll go and tell the bloke just what's going on. You know, mate, I can dish it out
something
too.
written on his knuckles, did he?
Yeah, I think we might have, Peter.
Did run into a bit of traffic there, didn't he?
Yeah, he gets right in amongst that heavy Sam Kekovich traffic that we've heard about.
There's Nick Murray, still concerned about his shoulder. Morrissey, a lovely one to Johnson, smothered by Reed. Rebound to Green. No awkward bounce. It was fortunate as Shorthouse came out. Kick well smothered by the big fellow in Green. Hanrahan comes in strongly. Morrissey goes in. Got all the big pack of players. And he's paid advantage. I don't know why. It was hard to pick out one. Wicks twisting, turning, as in the World Cup, just had to keep it a beat and puts it through. And he's kicked 3 goals, Richard Wicks.
And been a very damaging player too in the bargain, Ross. That was intelligent play.
Well, yes, when the ball spills out, you just go after it, and you're allowed to take the advantage. If the other players aren't aware of it, that's too bad. I know that someone outside doesn't agree with my interpretation of it.
Yeah, just a couple of indiscretions have really cost Prahran dearly, haven't they? Because they're doing well. I was critical of the Dandenong forward line. Actually, they're continually playing behind. And Stonehouse and Page are doing well back there at centre-half and full-back.
That's what happened to Stonehouse. He's playing for Prahran, is he? That errant MP from Britain. Yes. Forward goes to half forward, and he's got the mark. Bemusement on the faces of all the players, but it's gratefully accepted by Gary Milligan. Oh, he lost his footing.
I don't know what Digger would have said about that. He would have been very upset.
Depended on whether it was for or against Collingwood, I think.
Absolute charity.
Yes, if it was against, and I think you'd be pretty close, as Milligan's done the right thing for Prahran and just sneaked it in for a behind.
And they call that poetic justice in the outer, don't they, Roscoe, when you miss those? It's never quite known what that meant, but anyway.
Well, you're the English teacher, Bill.
I'm actually a history teacher.
Oh, sorry, well, history.
I should know the history of the expression.
Tapping.
That's your homework for this week. Find out.
Contesting again. Wicks. Again, beats his man well into the pocket, loose.
Yeah, the small medium brigade are just cutting Prahran to pieces at the moment.
14 possessions to Tony Elshaw. Win behind him from right to left. And nicely done on a tight angle from Tony Elshaw.
Gee, and that was a decisive goal too, wasn't it? He really addressed the ball correctly and just drilled it through. Fine execution and playing a fine captain coach's role at the moment, which he has in fact all season. Been a wonderful acquisition to Dandenong.
Nick Hawking on the right, last year's coach and
current general manager, Ross, former North Melbourne boy.
Played at Prahran too, didn't he? Played at Prahran. Sorry, no, at Caulfield, I should say.
Caulfield, Phil.
23 points the lead for Dandenong. No way Evans could have got that clear. We'll do it all again in the middle.
Just important for Prahran to hang in now.
Bounce favours Morrissey. In fact, his teammate got in the way, Walford, and he couldn't thump it that 20 or 30 metres.
Yeah, I thought that was a free kick then.
No black coffee for you today, Sam, because you bagged Port Melbourne down at Frankston, I believe. Anyway, we'll have white coffee. Port ladies doing this.
Oh, they've got him in the gun. Morrissey couldn't get it clear. Good desperation from Atkinson. He kept that ball in there.
Wish you'd rephrase that, Ross. I don't bag anyone. I do offer constructive criticism.
Should have heard him butter up the crowd at Port Lake on Monday night.
The Port ladies said
just as well I went. Heard of Phil's
faux pas.
Shortly. Oh, God.
Fox paw and a half. That looked like a scrum. The hooker couldn't quite get it out. Atkinson fed the ball through. And away go Dandenong again. Gilder. Good front position and almost a mark, yes.
Copybook
Shorthouse does beautifully there.
Taking the front position and pushing back on Mackenzie on every occasion. That's very good play.
Evans unable to take the kick, which was a little errant. Well, there's the MX6 in the background there. The man of the match gets that to drive for the week, provided, well, it must be back because there it is. Reno must have delivered the keys back this morning.
Walford out of the...
All the panels intact, are they?
Yeah. Here's D'Alessandro.
Well, he was going to get you and Phil in, Sam, so he would have had to widen a little bit.
Have to be a convertible.
I think there's a little note on the dash from signed Connie saying, thank you very much, Mr. Kekovich.
Yeah, Mortlake rang me during the week, Phil, after we attended Monday night, and they said, well, it'll be our first and only try at having a mixed function after you spoke.
Reed.
He didn't do a Merv Hughes, did he?
Oh, Walford, that was a throw, was it?
No,
D'Alessandro. Morrissey.
Good kick.
Kicks to centre half forward. Ryan pushing and shoving. Mullane. Leaving it behind was Gilder. It's a tight game at the moment. Lots of packs, a lot of pressure. Burke. Johnson doing well on him. That's a brilliant tackle. Rod Johnson.
Gee, I don't know what Burke had in mind.
And Williamson's
then.
loose in the pocket. Now he's picked up. He's still the target. Pushed aside that too easily, I'm afraid.
Stage.
It was.
Exactly. Great umpiring.
Yeah, Marshall, attacking hand pass. Reed's put under pressure, but he beats 3. Sees Burke, who over the top has Knight. There he is. And Knight runs goalward. Ignores the lead from Mackenzie and goes for home. And touches the post, did it? No, it seemed to deviate as it went through. I'd like to see that on replay.
Gee, that was a great goal from virtually the half-back line. They carried the ball forward with superb football. Here we see Reed, firstly, handballing it on to Burke. Burke showed courage in eluding the defender, handballing it over the top, and this was a superb goal by Knight, and he has been a very good player.
What did the replay show?
It was a goal. Very brave call by Ross Booth there.
It's a worry.
See, almost 5 goals of deficit.
Yeah, it's blown out, Sam, hasn't it?
Yes, the concentration's just waning a little bit on Prahran's side. The inexperience starting to show.
Well, they've got a chance here, Prahran. Mullane getting some support. Gilda's kick. Almost hauled in by Milligan. He's so strong. Roving from Darren Burke. Now, Shorthouse is in the rear position. He got the fist away, though, and Mark happy to see it over. Well, they can't afford to let Dandenong get another goal here, Prahran. 20 minutes into the term. Difference is 29 points in favour of the Red Legs. Morrissey against Milligan. Milligan two-palmed it down to the unguarded Mackenzie. And it's bounced over. Well, some slack marking there, but they weren't punished, Prahran. In fact, it's gone on the full, so they can try and clear it now.
Now, D'Alessandro. Going dangerously up the middle. Evans and Elshaw clash. Evans has the ball. Atkinson, tackled by Soulos. Gets it out. He can't afford to lie over the ball. Walford. Beat by Wallace. Out towards Johnson. Gilda in front.
Poor choice, kicking to Johnson. They're only a small player, not strong overhead.
That's good.
Elshaw. Switches play, looking for Mackenzie. Bustled aside by Shorthouse. Reed. Oh, gets one high. Advantage paid Wicks. There was no advantage, is it? Yes, it was. Number 4 for Richard Wicks.
And that man again featuring prominently, Darren Reed. And now's the crucial stage for Prahran. They've really just got to concentrate and work hard and claw their way back into the game.
No problems with Reed's courage, is there, Sam? You know, when it's tight, he doesn't give the ball up too easily. He always thinks it out, like that handball. Then he had to give out under pressure, but he made sure he got it to the player, didn't take his eyes off the situation.
He's really unhurried, even in the most pressing situation. Another fine handball out.
Which leads me to believe that he may make it at the top level.
Well, here's Knight. Player going past was Gilda and should have been used.
Yes.
Well, they're very confident now, Dandenong, and there are some headaches there.
Prahran brains trust.
4 heads are better than 1, Sam.
Well, I'm not so sure at times, Peter, depending upon who belongs to the respective heads, of course.
6 goals the difference. Pass onto the chest of Mark. And this one's going to drop almost straight down into the breeze, off the hands of Green. Knock on. Goes to Evans. Running with him, now putting in the Shepherd. Taylor. Evans. I haven't seen a lot of him in this term. They've made about 30 or 40 metres here. Lead comes from Williamson. And luckily for the fullback, Russell Marshall. Bounce kindly for him. They've got loose men everywhere, the Red Legs. Drawing the man, Elshaw. Darren Burke. Hoping the breeze will swing it back. Mackenzie. Still battling in there. Tapping goes for the goal line, and Wicks gets the goal. Well, that's 5 goals for Richard Wicks, and you don't give him that sort of opportunity. You really got to be decisive, and he wasn't decisive enough there. Tapping, wasn't it, who made the mistake?
Comedy of mistakes, comedy of errors. And here we see it on screen. McKenzie tapping, running across goal, being collared, and the easiest of goals to
I think initially he was going to try and rush it through, then he thought, I think I'm clear.
You're right, Pete. But they're just nowhere near. Their problems are further afield. They're not putting enough pressure on the Dandenong ball carriers from the back line. They're just delivering the ball at will.
It's up field. Here it is here.
Good decision.
Number 7, Jules. Numbers.
Score is doubled and more as Darren Birch prepares to come on. He won't have much to do. Nearly into time on second quarter.
Coming up at half-time, we've got cycling with the Heat 4 from the Kieran. The Coodabbeans have a special guest. It's another one of the new breed of VFA coaches. Haven't they been making their mark this season?
Hanrahan. Breaking down generally up forward, Prahran. Elshaw the kick. Oh, Stuart Page, a strong mark. Never. Terry Wallace. Unhappy. Stuart Page feels his front teeth. Centre half back. Williamson leaps. Oh, late on the scene was Marshall. Paddled out by Burke. Kylie uses the body well. Marshall taps on. Reed there again. Plenty of space.
He picks the ball up well, this boy.
Elshaw running with him. Long, McKenzie and Shorthouse, and McKenzie has to spoil as Shorthouse grab the front position once more.
He's done it very well all afternoon.
Tremendous work, you know. He's been so thoughtful about his game.
Just physically stronger, aren't they? All the Dandenong defence just out bustling these smaller and lighter Prahran forwards.
Well, here is Peter Shorthouse, and if it wasn't for him, the margin would be greater than it is, as Green takes the mark. It was always his. One for the solar plexus. Page, feeling he's been wrong twice now. Morrison misses with the volley. Elshaw. Players going past all the time. Milligan into the pocket. And again, Shorthouse does well. And here's this will-o'-the-wisp, the goal sneak. Wicks with 6.
Now,
4 in this quarter.
If I was Peter Shorthouse, I would be raging at half-time because he's done everything right then. If we see it on the screen, he's had to cover ground here. The ball has come down quickly. He's under a lot of pressure. You'll see him holding there and punching the ball out. And look at that, straight to a player. Now, that's very poor running by the Prahran players. Not to have someone at the base of the pack and supporting your backmen.
McConkey, the player, getting the ball down ground there. My mistake. So look at that, 49 points all of a sudden as the lead. It was 9 points at quarter time.
Green. And full back and forward, caught napping. There they are, pushing and shoving again. Knight, and again Dandenong with ease. Go forward.
Another let off.
I was just going to say, Ross, too, that Green is a very smart player at the centre bounces, the way he manoeuvred himself then. Morrissey has a better leap, but he's working hard to stop him jumping over the top of him.
I'll tell you what else has found Prahran out too. A couple of those penetrating kicks from Elshaw, you know, the 50, 60 metre ones. You know, I've just caught the Prahran defence at 6s and 7s.
The dog is loving it, isn't he? Not missing a trick.
Hasn't had a drink yet, though.
No. Expect him to pull a pad out and start marking the scorers down shortly.
Oh, dear. Right to Birch. And Hanrahan, who's playing his first game for the Two Blues today, tackled. Oh, Ryan tries to barge his way through. And he's held too long. Plenty of action out there.
Not the only place.
Big kick.
Marshall went the fist. Roving. Is it Hanrahan? Oh, he's put it across the face. Might have been Taylor, I think. Yes, Taylor, who brought up the behind. And Any score gratefully accepted as it still goes on.
There's another report too. I think Warwick Green's being pinched for striking Morrissey, I would suggest. Didn't see it. Left and right. There you go. I presume that's a left and right fist.
Who's getting all the information, Phil?
They went through the umpire's mic.
Gilder to Atkinson.
Keep going, you blokes. Go and keep going.
Out towards Knight. Being held by tapping, and the umpire saw it. Missing a trick by Kennedy. Loses Darren Burke. Good centering kick. McKenzie has a run at this one. And the Dandenong free kick.
Back right in like that.
Against D'Alessandro, going to Milligan.
Mate, I'm very serious. They're 10 metres. I'm deadly serious.
8 goals for the quarter so far to the Redlegs.
They've got nothing to complain. They can't criticise the umpire. They just got to attack the ball. A little bit more desperation and get to the ball first.
Spike Milligan. He's coming back. Enough. It's through, and 9 goals for the quarter to the Redlegs. And the first to Gary Milligan.
Yes, so nothing's going right for Prahran at the present time. When they run the ball up to the forward line, it comes out very quickly and it's driven long. And they're put under a lot of pressure. Yes, Grant O'Reilly, so I think on the match committee at Prahran, a former Port Melbourne Premiership player, shaking his head there.
Assistant coach, playing coach of the reserves. They're on top. 45 points down. We've had over 30 minutes in the second quarter. Morrissey high. Evans a quick one. Hanrahan has space. Williamson leads short. Kicks like a rubber. Good pick up by Williamson. Back to Hanrahan, but putting pressure on is Atkinson. Over goes Kylie. He's tackled by Marshall.
This Green in that centre bounce did well again to thwart Morrissey from getting the big punch on the ball.
This is giving away centimetres there. Backhanded by Williamson. Now Gilder. Lovely kick off the boot. Page with his man in Milligan. Oh, Reid almost had another chance. Still going on. Desperate play, Darren Reid.
Keep those knees right out. Keep them right out. Now let's get the knees in.
Yes, just getting a little frustrated. Starting to manhandle.
Peter Wallace gives away the free to Reid. 19 possessions to Darren Reid. Almost got the distance. I think so.
If he's going to go, it's the knees. He's going to go.
So he's 10 goals for the quarter, and Reid kicks 4. His 4th.
That was a good long kick by Reid. I didn't think he was would get the distance there because I didn't figure he was really that long a kick, but he's kicked it from right on 50 metres.
Seems to have it all, Phil, doesn't he? You know, well balanced, good pace, durability, good disposal.
Everything really going the Redlegs' way. A centre square infringement goes their way as Green looks to help his side to add to that 10-goal term. Wicks. That was Gilder's kick. The rover is Reid, but the siren's beaten him. Will the behind count?
I'm sorry.
It won't. And back behind play a few Prahran players. Back chatting the umpires. And they go in a very frustrated side at half-time. A term in which they only kicked 2 goals to Dandenong's 10 to take their lead to... it's now at 61 points. 61 points at the big break. It was just 9 points at quarter time. In that term, Richard Wicks kicked 4 of his 6 goals. Darren Reid kicked 3 of his 4 goals. Tony Elshaw got a goal. Dennis Knight got another one. His tally is 2. Milligan got 1 in that term. McKenzie kicked 1 in the first term. 14 goals kicked by Dandenong up to half-time, while for Prahran, their 2 goals in the quarter came from full forward Williamson. He has 4 single goal kickers, Rod Johnson and Mark Eves. So a lot of work to do for the 2 Blues during the half-time break to try and get back in this game. The difference 61 points at half-time. Well, let's go cycling now. And the Kieran series from the Austral Carnival, which was held earlier on this year at the Northcote Velodrome, continues. We're up to Heat 4, and with me in the commentary box is Gordon Johnson. fourth and final heat of the Kieran. And we've got 6 in this first 2, as has been the case in the first 3 heats, to get through to the final. And Wayne McCartney leading them out from Brett Aitken, who gets another chance. Second time lucky. Yes, he's got past that point where he fell in heat 1. Danny Clark in third wheel. Then Tony Hughes in the white. Just behind him, Darren King in green. And at the back of the pack in the pink there, Dean Taylor.
Wayne McCartney sitting on the bike. Dual Commonwealth Games gold medalist in Edinburgh. A well-performed bike rider, but they've got Danny Clark in there, twice world champion at this event. Even though he's getting a bit old, he's 39 years old, Danny, now, but he's still got plenty of strength, and this race suits him because he doesn't have to explode down the back straight like a sprinter. The motorbike winds him up into it. Tony Hughes goes around the outside. He's not happy with the pace. He goes up alongside of Wayne McCartney. Danny lurking in 4th position there. There's a bit of collusion. Wayne McCartney let Hughes in. Perhaps they're trying to get Clark further down the back with a couple of bike riders in between them and Clark, so that when Clark makes his move, they get in Clark's way.
So Clark in 4th wheel. And McCartney in 2nd wheel now, and right behind the motor pace, the bike, it's Tony Hughes.
I expect when the motorbike does come off, Tony Hughes will bury the head, really go all on with Wayne McCartney sitting on the wheel with Clark in 4th place. Then we'll see how good Danny Clark is. If he can come around the outside of them, which I think he can, then we'll see Danny Clark in flight.
So there he goes, 150 metres from home, and as you predicted, Gordon, away goes Tony Hughes. McCartney just behind him. They have a look back for Clark. That's the man they're looking for. He's in 4th wheel at the moment. And Hughes, with 1 lap to go, leading the bunch and putting in a little bit of a gap. McCartney keeping an eye out for Clark. He makes a move now. He's coming up into 3rd place, but it's the first 2 to go through. McCartney takes over. Clark now at the home bend into 2nd place. Coming through into 3rd there, it's Darren King. Now, can Danny Clark win this? McCartney's going to get 1st, Clark in 2nd. He's through, too experienced for them. They did all that was within their power to try and keep him out, but there was no stopping Danny Clark there. But Wayne McCartney, the winner of the 4th and final heat of the Kieran.
McCartney has got the lead from Hughes, and now Clark doesn't know whether to spend all his tickets to go around the outside and win this for the crowd, or just save a little bit of energy to the final. And you have a look on Danny Clark halfway up the straight here. He says, nah, I'll save it for the final. McCartney 1st, Danny Clark 2nd into the final of the Kieran.
And what a final that will be. Can Danny Clark add the Kieran title, an event that he's won 2 world championships in, to the Austral title, which he took in that carnival held earlier on in the year at the Northcote Velodrome. Well, the Could Have Been Champions join us every few weeks, and they always have a special guest in the studios at 3LO. This morning, that guest is one of the new crop of VFA coaches, and all of them have had some degree of success this season. This man is out in the western suburbs and in charge of the Werribee Football Club, and he goes by the nickname of Mork. Let's find out who he is with Tony Leonard.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Leonard here in the ABC radio studios as part of the Could Have Been Champions input into the ABC's VFA coverage. I'm joined once again by VFA legends George Stone and Phil Cleary, and this afternoon's guest is Werribee coach Leon Harris. How did you get the job at Werribee? Did they approach you, or did you actually actively seek out a coaching job?
Well, basically, I just went with Tony Elshaw to the VFA house one day because Tony was interested in Dandenong, and I was unsure where I was going to continue at the AFL, and things just sort of progressed from there. I said if any job was available, I would probably seek the Werribee because of its location, and I just thought they had a fair bit to offer, so that's how it all started rolling, I think.
Did you know your VFL career was over, or your AFL career, and did you have aspirations for coaching anyway?
I suppose you wouldn't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to work out my league career was probably over. I was struggling with injuries and things like that, and I just couldn't do the training which was necessary to be a regular player and play at the standard which I wanted to play at. So, yeah, my coaching, I've always had coaching aspirations, so it progressed from there.
Leon, how have you adjusted to the change from the AFL to the VFA's 16-man aside?
Playing-wise and coaching-wise, it's a little bit difficult, I suppose, because there's more space and change of direction and things like that. But I've enjoyed it immensely, and yeah, it's. I think the level of competition's been great this year. I think the VFA standard's been fantastic, and it's a very close competition, which is great for players and coaches.
Leon, do you train with a cow in the middle of the ground down at Werribee? Because I was down at Mortlake, your hometown, during the week, and there was a big cow right in the middle of the ground.
Has it got any quicker? I was down there about 15 years ago. Is it the same cow, is it?
Probably the same cow.
Probably the same one, yeah. Oh, no, I had 3 great years there at Mortlake. Going back, I started my career there in '75 and played 3 years before I come down to Melbourne. And, no, they were great years, and I was only a young fella playing senior footy at a young age, so I think that had a great bearing on my probably VFL career.
You've actually got a foot in each camp at the moment, Leon. You're working at AFL House.
Yes.
And coaching in the VFA. I mean,
Yes.
Phil, being a very loyal VFA man, where does your loyalties lie at this stage?
Oh, in both camps, there's no doubting that. But no, yeah, I've been working, well, full-time footy, I suppose, for the last 10 or 12 years. Initially at Fitzroy, and then working at the VFL for about 5 or 6 years. I'm still doing that at this stage. So it's worked in well with me playing and coaching career. So I've just got to work out where my priorities and everything lie and make a few decisions maybe the end of this year or take it from there.
Actually, Leon, being involved in the VFL and the VFA would, I think Phil Cleary, you'd refer to him as being a class traitor.
Couldn't have said it better, Tony.
You could. Are you wearing the new Werribee jumper there, mate? Can you stand up for the cameras and so we can just get a look at it?
Well, basically, yeah, I will admit the Werribee. I think they had about 5 or 6 changes of jumpers in about 5 or 6 years. So Mick Turner just asked me to wear this one around and see what you think.
Well, I don't really know what to think, but you wouldn't be out of place if the Werribee Tigers went up to Mount Buller. That's for sure.
Thank you very much.
Leon, tomorrow, big game, Port Melbourne.
Yes.
And in fact, the next couple of weeks will really tell whether you've got a chance to win the double chance.
Well, to make the finals is more where we're aiming at this stage, because at this stage we played 9, won 6, lost 3, but the 3 we have lost against sides who are all are vying for final selection. Naturally, Coburg will be one of them, Sandringham beat us, and Dandenong beat us. So in the next couple of weeks, we play Port Melbourne, who we haven't had a good record against, and then we play Springvale and Williamstown. So the next few weeks, yeah, we'll tell a story of where we are heading this year.
Are you confident you can make the 5?
I'm confident. I think we've got a team capable of making the 5, as long as they perform well, and we need to start the second part of the year off against Port Melbourne tomorrow with a win and hopefully work on from there. But yeah, we've got the job ahead of us. The second half of the draw is a lot stiffer for us than what the first half was, so we've got to work hard.
Now, as we've got 2 great coaches in our midst, is coaching what you always thought it would be?
Well, always had aspirations to coach, there's no doubting that. And
do you find yourself telling blokes off for things you might have tried to get away with when you were a player?
Oh, well, basically, yeah, I suppose. There's no doubting that. But it's probably difficult when you're playing coach and you may be struggling a bit. Well, it took me a while to get going, the first few games, fitness and sort of forming the VFA football brand of game. So I struggled a bit initially, so it was a little bit difficult to sort of go out and say, to do certain things that I wasn't doing myself, while my form was sort of picked up over the last, say, month of things like that. It's a little bit better, but, oh well, I'm at the end of my career. I've just got to teach these blokes that are at the start of their career or in the midst of their career that, geez, the right way to go about it.
Leon Harris, coach of Werribee, good luck. It'd be nice to see someone a bit new in the finals. And just before you go, what is a red-nosed tiger?
A red-nosed tiger? I don't know. Tony, what is a red-nosed tiger? You must have an answer to that one.
I don't know, but you're the coach of the side down there. Leon Harris, coach of Werribee, thanks very much for joining us today.
No worries, Tony. Thanks, man.
Tony Leonard, George Stone and Phil Cleary. What is a red-nosed tiger? Is this cryptic?
Haven't got a clue. Well, they're tigers down at Werribee. Maybe it's a tiger who's had a few drinks the night before and he wakes up with a red nose.
I don't know. I think we'll have to...
Turner, the president.
We'll have to find out from Tony Leonard what he was getting at there. I don't think Leon Harris was too sure either, but he's really made an impact, hasn't he, Leon Harris? And he's got them just 2 games from top spot, so the Tigers roaring.
Been a tremendous acquisition, and the calibre of coaching in the VFA this year has been great. Elshaw, Harris, you know, they've both really got their sides.
Russell Rowe, he's had his contract extended for another year down at Frankston.
Graham Layden at Brunswick Broadmeadows.
Yep.
I'm going to say he's the one position that I'd really, you know, who's really deserved of a great deal of praise. I'm going to say with any merger, I'm going to say there's a lot of doubt and suspicion. And in fact, their performances early in the year was, you know, left a lot to be desired, but they've really rallied in recent weeks, and it's largely attributable to Graham Layden. I think he's done a superb job there. And they're, you know, they're teetering on the edge of the final 5.
I think they're all impressive individuals just to meet them, or even away from football, and I think players respect that.
I think that's right, and I think if you take Dandenong today, Ross Thornton actually for Prahran has done well too, I think, even though they're struggling today. But, you know, I was talking to Tony Elshaw after the game last week against Danny, and they played very well against us. And I was just impressed with the way he's approached the rebuilding of the Dandenong side. And I don't mean that in a patronising way. I mean, he's had to come in and take a young side that had been struggling, and he's done a great job. And you can see the way they've played today, very disciplined.
I think the biggest single factor that, you know, is you could really... If you had to select one item about the coaching of, say, today and, say, the 70s, is it's devoid of its fire and brimstone that was so prevalent in the 70s, and they're far more tutorial. You know, the coaches are very intelligent, and they're really imparting their knowledge in a manner in which, you know, the players are able to grasp what they're saying, and they're really working to a pattern, and you can really see the development of the players coming through. And I think that is attributable to the coaching, you know, the calibre of the coaches, and that is the biggest single factor. There's no question the coaches now, I'm not saying they're more intelligent than their counterparts of yesteryear, but they've certainly, you know, they've obviously, football's gone through a remarkable transition where they've had to adjust, and they've done it very, very effectively.
The players are probably a bit more intelligent than when you were running around the VFA, Sam, aren't they?
I think that'd be probably a fair comment, Phil.
I think players aren't willing to accept some of the things that perhaps you put up from Ron Barassi, perhaps, and I don't think Barras would be the same coach now as he was then.
No question. I was just saying the other day, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, because of my era, but I'm sure that, you know, the fire and brimstone that prevailed and run through a brick wall, regardless of the ramifications, you know, players would have done it. But in this modern era, you know, they were still prepared to do it, but they've got to be shown, you know, that they're going to go through that brick wall, you know, for a very, very,
that's right.
for the right reason.
There's a point behind it.
There's a point behind it.
Sam actually expounded a lot of his theories about the youth of today down at Mortlake on Monday night. He got a standing ovation on it.
Well, I had to after your initial barrage. I thought, geez, I wonder what they're going to think here.
OK, let's take a look at AFL. 2 games being played of the split round today, and the Saints continuing to head Melbourne. In fact, they've gone away a little bit there at the MCG. So there'll be some disquiet amongst those wearing the leather elbow patches at the moment. And the same will go for the Silvertails at Carlton, as the Cats are 41 points up. Good stuff. A bit early yet to get too excited as we take a look at some highlights from the second quarter. And Prahran started off all right. Williamson kicking 2 early goals, but it was then all the Redlegs.
He's done his job there, 4 goals with limited opportunities, but as you say, it'll be dominated by the Redlegs this quarter because they kicked 10 goals, and Brett McKenzie farming the ball out to Wicks, who kicked 1 of 4 goals for the quarter, and in fact 6 for the match. And, you know, I guess if this guy, Darren Reid, I think he's got a wonderful future, this guy in AFL ranks. This is one of their few sorties forward. Prahran, and again, the end of it is Williamson, who's done very well, as I mentioned, from limited opportunities. But Dandenong, really, that small brigade, Phil, just cut them to pieces, haven't they?
What's interesting is when you look at some of the bigger players for Prahran, like Shorthouse at full back, and you've got Williamson at full forward playing quite well. But when the ball hits the deck and you see it there, I think that was Wicks putting that one through, like they're just running amok. And the players must learn to get to the base of the pack and cover the situation. You know that Shorthouse is getting front position.
Well, there's Elshaw, you know, captain, had a fine, he's played a fine game. He's had 13 possessions for the quarter, and this is another goal to Knights, who's been a superb. Well, Knights, Elshaw, Wicks and Reid have just absolutely carved Prahran to ribbons. And
Wicks has had 11 kicks and kicked 6 goals, and none of them from more than about 10 metres out.
And here's Reid now. You see there, I was very impressed with that because he knew just what he was going to do. He took the punt on being hit hard, but he got the ball to his man, and it was a goal.
But the 2 bright lights for Prahran are obvious. Their key defence holes in Stonehouse and Shorthouse, and Page.
Yes, but the key defenders have been let down by the men in the pockets and on the flanks. Look at all these goals, a kick from the goal square.
Yeah, that's terrible, really. It'd be very disappointing for Shorthouse, I mentioned earlier, but that's football.
And they really have a domination in everywhere except the ruck duels, which are pretty even between Green and Morrissey. I'm afraid, though, it's a tale of woe everywhere else for the two Blues. Ross Booth, any hope for them at half-time?
Well, I went into the Dandenong rooms, but just speaking to Grant O'Reilly, the reserves coach, assistant coach, and he said Prahran have made a lot of moves. Of course, he wouldn't tell me what they are. I went into Dandenong rooms. Nick Murray has a badly bruised shoulder. It's in a sling, so he won't take any further part in the match. Tony Elshaw wants this to be a very good quarter, but Dandenong, you know, they're feeling very confident. And Mackenzie, too, has a bit of a groin problem. So a few minor worries there for the Redlegs. But look at that sky behind me. We might have some rain before the day's out.
Yes, distinct possibility of that, Roscoe.
Well, you wouldn't want to be 61 points behind if we get a downpour, would you?
No, but certainly they will be making a number of positional changes. As you know, that's the first thing you've got to do. But I think even prior to doing that, we've just got to instill a little bit more determination in their makeup.
Well, Ross was difficult to talk to at quarter time, but he's got some more to tell us at half time.
Yes, I went and saw the umpires, and Phil, you said there might have been a report for tripping. Well, there hasn't been. There's just been one report, and of course I can't say who it is, but the report, I understand, is for striking. So that was, I think, was it Warwick Green from Dandenong?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, just one report.
Why can't they tell you, Ross? Because they'll tell you after the game.
Well, I guess they've got to, I don't know why, they've got to think about it and work out whether it was a reportable incident or...
Yes.
It wasn't me who said there was a report for tripping. It was actually the big bloke sitting next to me. I just supported him.
Yeah, he's one up, yes. I've got half a game to get square.
Could I take the rap for things that you say? I was at a pub one night and a bloke came over most irate to the things you said about me on the tour. I said, hey, I didn't say it. I said, it was the big bloke next to me. And 2 days later, the message come back with the apology. Sorry, yeah, it was Kecker again.
Interchangeable, our two experts. And Morrissey wins the tap. Evans. And being matched there by the big fellow, Milligan. Good interchange of handballs. Fine Shepherd as well. Wicks tries to spoil, and the mark is taken by Birch. Came off interchange in that second quarter, and Morrissey's standing flat-footed, but got a good bounce. Open forward line. But Dandenong arrived there first. Gilder overrunning it. Flip back through the legs. Was good play from Ryan. Here he is again. Peter Ryan. Morrissey couldn't get there in time. D'Alessandro, in fact, pushed into the ball there by Elshaw. Comes off the knee of Birch. Dandenong withstand the force of Prahran once more. And here's Knight, led tapping a merry dance on that occasion also. Darren Burke being pushed towards the boundary line by Birch. Burke back in front of goal. Mackenzie stays down. Shorthouse been the man of the match there at full-back for Prahran. He's seen too much of the ball for his liking, though, and Page has done well at centre-half-back. Those key position players have really been let down. They've watched the ball sail back in with gay abandon as Reid puts it high. Mackenzie is sandwiched. Off goes Morrissey to chase after it. The big fellow decides to leave it for Wallace, who decides discretion is the better part of valour and brings up the first score of the third quarter behind, which makes the lead for Dandenong 62 points.
Disappointing to see a lead blown out like this when early in the game Prahran were right in amongst it and showed a lot of fight. Then all of a sudden the gates opened.
Page.
Thank you.
It is, in fact, getting darker by the second. Birch taking the handball from Mark and finding Ryan.
That's the mark.
This passage was seen from Prahran for quite some time. Williamson is found. Now, can he cap it off? He's been very accurate so far with these limited opportunities. And they need this one. If he could goal, it will give them great confidence. He's had 5 kicks. Graham Williamson for 4 goals. Five straight. And that was a fine passage of play from Prahran. That'll show them that they can do it.
Yes, give them a big lift, that will, Peter, you're right. And Williamson, I'm most impressed with him. You know, 5 goals from as many kicks, but the way the way he's gone about it is very, very impressive. He's strong overhead, he's got a good lead, and most importantly for a full forward, he's a long, accurate kick.
There's all the things, all those aspects that Roscoe picked out before the game, Sam.
Yes, well, I don't think Roscoe would wish us to elaborate upon that. And I certainly won't, Ross. I'll defend my own.
Atkinson. Elshaw shepherding off Evans to within 40 metres of goal. There it is. Umpire Coates calls a halt. Breeze has dropped a little bit as the dark clouds gather. Morrissey, that was a pretty indiscriminate fist. Oh, good snap. Oh, beautiful goal. And that's his 7th. Richard Wicks, from 12 kicks, has kicked 7 goals.
So he's on fire, Peter.
You could say that.
And that is as good a snap as you'll see anywhere from about 40 metres out.
I think you'd be...
Seems to have had a bit of taping on that right boot during the break.
That's a big effort.
Any effect on that kick? That's a beauty.
To swing it back like that when he's running away from the goals or running sideways to the goals, being pushed wide.
Lead is looking insurmountable. Let's see if Prahran can hit back and hit back hard. Hanrahan chasing. Getting some shepherding. It's Ryan's kick to D'Alessandro. Williamson's lead. The kick won't find him. Marshall.
Just playing with a lot of confidence, standing on. They really believe in each other, and you know, when you've got your tails up, you can do very little wrong, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment.
Over the top came Ryan. Good fend off. Mark hasn't got the distance with the kick, and Williamson went defensive there. Page, he couldn't bend it back. He's been working hard in this quarter. Peter Ryan. Sorry, I was calling Page there.
Yes, but all their work has been left to too few, unfortunately. They just don't have the support.
Marshall taps on. Well, Prahran Morrissey having to do the work of a rover. The Giant off to tapping, with him Knight. In comes Evans. Late tackle by Atkinson. And Gilder intercepts. Wide. Doing it as they like now. Marshall. Advantage paid as Justin Marshall was a fringe.
Back out for Danny, keep him there, mate.
Russell Marshall with a kick.
Oh, now. Good decision.
Burke, says Peter G. Atkinson. Wide of the pocket to Wicks. Oh, ball on a string. Beats one. Quickly onto the boot. To the Mackenzie and Shorthouse. Look at that. There's no one again at the foot of the pack. No one at all except for Dennis Knight.
Yeah, just elementary mistakes, Ross. You're so right, and it must be so terribly frustrating for Ross Thornton, who was a defender himself. And a distinguished one at that, I might add, and it must just break his heart to see elementary mistakes. Players left unattended in a goal square, and there was 2 of them, not one of them. They could have raffled it.
Of course,
Dale tapping there, picking up Knight, and he wasn't to be seen when the ball was in the goal square. And again, Shorthouse did well to smother the ball.
Ross Thornton being at back pocket, there he is, second from the left, would really be feeling it.
It's supposedly the easiest position on the ground to play, and yet they're making it look like the most difficult.
And there's another back pocket on the right of screen, Neville Taylor, chairman of selectors. So they'd probably love to get out there now.
They could be channeling all their energies in the offensive part of the game, Ross, do you think?
Would not do worse. Morrissey. Straight down Burke's throat. Back it comes to McConkey. Both umpires agree it's touched. Page has taken the mark, which isn't a mark. Burke got his touch to it. Knock on from Wallace against McConkey. Coming in is McCormick. And he's found Darren Burke. Son of Barry Burke goes to the edge of the goal square. Mackenzie has front position.
Oh, that man Wicks. Well, he is having a birthday. And Tapping probably decided to play him a bit tighter that time, but not the right way. So nothing can go right for the Prahran defenders, or for most of them, other than Shorthouse.
Oh, this will be number 8 for Richard Wicks. Obviously, he's a bit sick of kicking goals.
Taking pity on the Prahran defenders there. They're on his man.
It's too big and strong and too quick, Dandenong, at the moment.
Tapping, well, he's kicked in all right. Over the back. Atkinson, side bump by Page. The umpire said it was fair. Warwick Green. Good running from Milligan. And Morrissey got a hand in. Page comes in to lend support.
Here's a casual handball by Milligan too. He should have, yeah.
And look at that.
Just batting Sydney Swan.
Oh.
Although I'm not so confident they'll be around by the time he's eligible.
Here's a quiz question. Who wears number 66 for the Sydney Swans?
It's not Robbie Kerr from Brunswick. Who is it?
No, I'm just, that's who that young lad is a fan of, obviously.
And there's Andrew Lacko, half forward, stretching.
I think Mike Willis had a run in it this week.
He did have a run here at the Lake Oval, didn't he?
Yes.
No more comical than Phil making his comeback. McConkey long. Mackenzie's in front. And these two a great battle. Knight goes in, tapping, taps it through. This time he does it well.
It's just an avalanche back there, isn't it? They're just falling down badly across midfield, the following division, the base of the pack. They're just not getting used to the ball.
69 points the lead is Tapping. D'Alessandro had to go for the fist. Burke's got one in the back.
What's wrong, Phil?
No.
Right there, thanks.
Just forward to the centre wing. Mackenzie from behind again. 3 players there. Reads the rover. Well, unattended in the goal square. Millington on this occasion. And there's nothing Prahran can do to stop Dandenong, who are on the rampage.
Things are just going from bad to worse. And here we see out of this pack, the ball picked up by that man again, Reid. And look at this. How does this ever happen in football? A forward left unattended.
How can 3 Dandenong players fly against one another and yet the rover be a Dandenong player and then find another player who hasn't got a blue jumper beside him?
And usually you've got an extra man there in that area, the defending side, because the ruckman's usually back and kick behind the play.
Good question. That we might make that the viewers' prize. Viewers' question this week.
Too hard for us.
We've got me bewildered, Ross.
Atkinson receives a hand pass from Burke. Wicks pressured by Walford, not very much so. Support from Elshaw. Atkinson was there too. Oh, it wasn't McCormack, it was. Almost brought in. Mackenzie comes in late. Actually feeling that groin. Well done, Shorthouse, but only as far as Reid. Good tackle. D'Alessandro. Shorthouse battles on. Been easily one of Prahran's best. Dennis Knight, clever player. Twists and turns, finds a man. Who's put down? Advantage paid. The free kick going to Birch. Kiley being fairly quiet. Wallace. But they're forced to go wide, such is the pressure.
That was good play by Warwick Green, the ruckman there, to put pressure on the kick and force the ball out of bounds on the fall.
We're just saying, Phil, this year, because the evenness of the competition, where the 16 aside hasn't really exposed the gaps that are normally prevalent when a side dominates a side. Whereas today we're starting to see a few of the gaps appear, aren't we?
Yes.
Hanrahan from Mentone. He has come into the Prahran side and got a free kick there for one obvious push in the back. Evans running onto it. Good tap back from Williamson. Atkinson was there. Kiley. They're being forced backward, the 2 Blues. D'Alessandro is bowled. Mullane getting some help from Reid.
He's done well back there, Mullane.
Elshaw. Burke in front of Birch. Persistence from Birch. Wallace feeds it back to him. Burke tapped the ball down. Atkinson's kick. Finds Reid. Well, we talked about the skills of this player earlier. Any youngsters watching who'd like to perhaps acquire similar skills could do worse than go to the Peter Dacos football camp, which is being run by Excel Promotions, and the director of that august organisation is Cameron Doyle. Coburg footballer who's out injured at the moment, Phil, or is he
No,
just about back?
Just about right. He's had a bit of hamstring trouble. Yes, Cameron, a Preston and Coburg premiership player.
And that camp's coming up on Sunday the 11th of July as Dandenong hold fourth again. Good shepherd there from the Mullane, who took the mark. Elshaw got it back from Burke. And the loose player out here is Marshall. What's offering? Well, Wicks went inboard. Has to go back and now put the pressure on Walford, who takes the mark. But get in contact with Cameron Doyle and try and get involved if you can. It's actually from the 8th until the 11th of July, that football camp at Assumption College in Kilmore. $250 all inclusive for that intensive tuition from a number of AFL and VFA stars, so that should be a good one.
Halfway through the third quarter, Reid goes down. Atkinson, McConkey, oh, well spotted and well run Mullane. Not so well the kick. Peter Ryan. Good pass in front of Taylor.
Long way home, though.
Marshall nudges in the back. And there's another one from Gilda. This time the umpire decides it's worthy of a free kick.
Been very quiet, Luke Surlas.
Kick not a good one. Warwick Green. Oh, gives it to Mullane. They're playing very confidently, finding loose men. Gilda is a beautiful kick. That one finding Milligan.
He's put the ball on the ground, hoping for a 50-metre penalty. And the umpire called play on a few minutes back, and that was a good decision. Didn't pick it out on that occasion as Milligan puts it high for Wicks.
Oh, well, that's the price you pay for trying to mark over the back.
Even though perhaps he had more purchase on the ball. Walford, the man in front, paid. Spilt on that occasion by Morrissey. Knight.
Oh.
Well, he didn't quite get the spin on the ball to bring it back.
Wayne Morrissey should have taken that mark, really. You know, he's a big man. He had a good purchase on the ball. Just let it slip out.
Kicked in by Wallace to the leading Ryan. Ryan from in front of the Dandenong coach's bench. Burke fists away from Page. And
yes, they're really struggling today, Prahran. It's disappointing, as I said, after an early burst where they looked quite competitive, just nothing going right for them.
Sad looks on those faces. Morrissey. Green wins it, gets tackled high, battles on. Johnson will get the free kick. Kicking with the breeze too, light breeze, the two Blues. Just one goal to them in this quarter. Looking for Williamson. Gets a push, but Marshall does well. Well done, Williamson. But the hand pass not to a teammate, Mullane. As Sam said, has done well. Reid. Wide. McCormack a hand to it. And nice gather by the Prahran runner, Russell Parkinson.
What can you tell us about him, Ross? Birthday, occupation?
76 points is the lead for Dandenong. Wallace went down, no free kick, but it was okay because Mark got the ball out to Birch. Prahran towards half forward. Johnson, good run from D'Alessandro off the ball there. He was always available, and he's almost got a free kick from Reid. Kiley. Nice centering kick, finds Williamson, and that's a 50-metre penalty.
I would have thought so.
Bit lucky there, I think, was Marshall.
I agree. I think he pushed him after he'd taken the mark. And I would have thought that that was good enough to get...
Especially when the team's 76 points down. Come on, umpires, be a little bit generous.
A little bit of compassion would not go astray in the game at the present time, Ross.
Going for number 6, Graham Williamson. He might yet kick 10 and they might lose, so...
Yes, we'll have to do something about that.
He's been the sole bright light up forward for Prahran, kicking 6 goals. And Marshall, whilst he's been a fine defender, I think he's thrown his defensive work to
He's let him run into spaces a few times, hasn't he, Sam? And he's good in the, the one-on-one contest when it's nice and tight. When it opens up a little bit, he's been caught short today.
Now the breeze is getting up a bit, but what a good pass that was from Kylie to Williamson to enable him to kick his 6th goal. Green up just a touch early. Morrissey wins it, but Reed sharks it. Walford holding out. Wicks does well. Oh, he wanted to go on with it. In fact, now he does. Nothing to lose, have they? Out towards Evans. Uses his body well. Holds out Atkinson. But guarding the mark well is Atkinson. Eves looks to Page, who's moved to centre-half forward from centre-half back. Long, who's there? No one. Just Russell Marshall.
It was a poor kick, though.
Filled the gap up that time, Marshall. Mullane going up and down in the one spot. Williamson put pressure on him. Burke or Milligan. Spoil from Page. Good play. Here's
good following.
Mullane. Yes, he pushed up well, as did Marshall. The full-back's on centre wing, being forced wide by Morrissey. Good work from the big fellow, and a fine pick-up. And Wayne Morrissey perhaps should have got the handball out, but he did well there. Wayne Morrissey, who really saw no opportunities opening up for him down there at Williamstown and went to Prahran. But one would have thought with Barry Round into his 40s now that Morrissey might have been a handy player to keep down there for the Seagulls. Anyway, he's wearing the 2 blues Guernsey and a little bit indiscriminate with his knock there on green, but it's Dandenong who get it away. Elshaw, Atkinson. Elshaw, a shiner actually at the moment, bit of blood above the right eye. Milligan. Well, you said Philly had a good pair of hands, and he's very strong also.
Big leaper.
Yes, took some very good marks last week against us out at Coburg. I was very impressed with him.
Run through the mark.
Lead is 70 points for Dandenong. Milligan has kicked 2. Always wanted to square that, and that is inexcusable. 2 players, the full-back's up there, Marshall also, but it's Warwick Green who's taken it directly in front, 40 metres out.
It's interesting to see Wayne Morrissey's wandered down into the square to knock the ball away, and Green's just slotted himself into the corridor.
He kicked the goal. 71 points the lead for Dandenong. We've played 20.5 minutes, 3rd quarter.
Just hit the post, I think. Is it Peter? Just scraped the post, I think that.
I think it was on the wrong side anyway. Sam?
Tapping to Ryan. You've seen that before. Finding his man. Johnson got some space. The kick too wide.
Yeah.
Back behind your back, thank you.
Gee, I can't remember the last time they went through the corridor up and down the centre. They're just persisting on kicking the ball out wide.
1st quarter, I think, Sam.
Yes.
Good take.
Green, a sloppy kick. Beats Milligan. Wicks. Oh, well done. Centres it. Mackenzie waits back. That let's praise Shorthouse for anticipating, making a good interception, but Mackenzie's hammered by a groin. Down goes Burke. Wicks again. He'd be close to best on ground. Warwick Green, the big man, shows great mobility. Fires behind him. To Elshaw, blood streaming from his right eye. Mackenzie at the back, pushes Shorthouse. Shorthouse still does well, backs into Mackenzie. Great battle between those two. Mackenzie with strength, fights on. He's going to be tackled. Play on, good decision by the umpire. Walford got the fumbles. 1 metre hand pass, almost holding the ball. And they're in trouble. Milligan twisting and turning. Mackenzie, who's persisted. The snap at goal not coming around enough.
He hand passed it, how's that?
The umpires at half-time were upset a bit. A bit of sniping out there.
I forget. Must be at least 51 by now.
Umpire Coates. Frustrated.
Wow.
Will we find Ryan again? No, this time he's searching for Taylor.
Behind the pack, Ryan found, and he finds the boundary line.
I don't think umpires need to get quite that involved. I don't know what you think, Sam.
How are the free kicks, Paul? 23 to 15 in favour of Dandenong. So fair dinkum.
Elshaw couldn't take it with him. Handed out by Mark. Page, number 25, gets a bad bounce, allowing Darren Burke through. Handball found Gilder. Did he find it on the full? He did.
Just whilst we're on umpiring, I reckon it's one of the best exhibitions of umpiring I've seen today.
Oh, no one's really disputing that.
Ball put up for
no, but I hear what you said. I agree with what you say.
Here's Elshaw. Well, must have a bit of difficulty seeing out of that right eye. Atkinson again takes a handball for him. Marshall, the fullback, again has continued up, as has the full forward Williamson. Atkinson's caught. Hands and knees. The battler was Slacko, interchange player. Elshaw, he ran all the way from the back pocket to get it up towards half forward with that kick. Grinding onto it as Darren Reid. You heard the crowd. They roared as soon as it left his boot. And on the bounce, it just went through for a behind. But good on either side of the body.
Exciting player. Wasn't that great to see the full forward and the fullback battling it out in the middle of the ground?
Well, shake hands and have a drink after the game. They've had a great battle. Tapping wide to Wallace. I don't know what. Well, they might as well go straight down the. Look at that gentleman there on the screen. I hope the bench is strong. Wallace to Page, almost brought it in. Yes, Phil, they're kicking out that defensive side all the time. The little point, is it really? What do you think, given the state of the match?
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask Sam. Sam, what do you think? Why don't they go more direct?
Well, you would think, you know, their only salvation is to be direct, Ross, if, you know, even a semblance of a chance to get back into this game.
And it's so predictable. Oh, Walford got one high. Still physically hard out there. Wallace.
Well, not able to break it up and get any run through the middle, Ross. That's obviously the case. You just grab the ball and kicking it to players running wide. You'll never get anywhere doing that. But they're probably forced into it.
Into time on, almost in the third term. Playing for pride are Prahran. Ryan's handball. Burke leaves it behind. Evans's handball. Taken away by Knight. Reid. Just dragged down on 50 and the kick goes astray. Pulled in by Wallace.
They go again.
Birch. Getting very hard to see over on that Normgos stand side of the ground from our vantage point, as it's dark. Page perhaps couldn't see his teammate and put the handball behind Johnson, and they've lost the advantage.
Well, they've only been outscored by a goal for the quarter, so it's certainly a better effort than the second quarter, where there was 10 goals kicked to 2.
Light rain falling. Page jumps into Green. Green wins it, though. Nice work by Atkinson off the ball.
Yep, that's a report twice. Behind play.
Yeah, that's off, I'm sorry.
And second time.
It's been reported twice, that means you have to go off. For backhand, right to his shots. That can't mean you can't backhand him.
Well, just like in the World Cup, 2 yellow cards in the match, and it's automatic suspension from the game.
Gee, that's...
Yeah. Well, I did... At the Dandenong rooms, I asked whether they thought Green had been reported. They didn't realise.
Hang on.
He was reported in the second quarter, I would have thought, for striking Morrissey.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah, it's a funny rule, that one, isn't it? You get reported twice and not... I don't know whether there's a great deal in that one or the one, maybe.
Well, play's going on.
Thank you.
And that's fired the crowd up. So the interchange steward just being consulted. Mullane done well in the last line of defence in this quarter.
If you're going to do something,
that was an educated kick.
Now, how long is he off for, Phil and Sam?
Well, he's off for the rest of the game.
He can't come back. Yeah,
can't come back.
He can be replaced, though, can't he?
He can be replaced.
Can he have a shower?
Go over and find out, Ross.
Well,
Milligan's tap. Page. Oh, free kick will go to the man in front, Justin Marshall.
You have to go for the ball. Can't use him.
I'd like to see you having to interview him right now, Roscoe, too. You might come back with a shiner.
Did you tell him Fisky or what?
Out towards Atkinson.
Right,
played well too since coming on. But then again, so the whole Dandenong side.
Now Lacka, who's come on at 19 in front, gives him a chance for the clever half forward.
That's a blow for Dandenong. You know, Warwick Green has played very, very well. I was giving Wayne Morrissey a big rap before the game, but Green in the ball-ups where he hasn't got the leap, but Morrissey has used his bulk really well. Very experienced performance.
Milligan doing the work there now. Elshaw shepherding from Burke. Elshaw spotted the lead from Lacko. And Wallace able to knock the ball away.
Good lackadaisical there, Lacko. He went for that.
He seems to be carrying a bit of injury, Ross. Is that the reason he's not in the starting lineup? Just hobbling a little bit there. Was in the VFA squad, and yet didn't make his way into the selected side today. As away goes Reid. Oh, very easily Gilder took that and left it behind. Johnson. Soulos, one of his few kicks, and it wasn't effective.
There's a lot of volatility out there today. A lot of exchanges of unpleasantries, I suppose you'd call them.
It is a game of football, Phil.
Yeah, but just no, it seems to be considering the difference in the scores.
I think a lot of it's coming.
A bit of frustration, do you think?
Yes.
Taylor bangs it goal indiscriminately.
Yep.
A lot of it's coming from over on the interchange benches where they're trying to sort out where Green should sit.
He obviously hasn't gone to the showers.
Or the sin bin. Milligan makes a lead. Ignored. Dandenong go direct. Long time to dispossess himself of the ball as Taylor, as the siren sounds, to end an unhappy quarter for Prahran.
72 points is the difference. And maybe it's 71. Scoreboard over on the outer side of the ground has them at 54 points, but we'll go with our score. I'm sure that's right. And it's a tale of woe still for Prahran, though they did match it with Dandenong in that term. 61 points was the difference at half-time. Goal kickers for Dandenong. He kicked another goal in that term, Richard Wicks. Should have made it 2, but he has 7 for the match. 4 to Reid, 3 to Knight, 2 to Milligan. They're the multiple goal scorers for Dandenong, while Prahran has just one multiple goal kicker. That's Graham Williamson, who kicked 6 goals in that term. And with the rain falling now at Port Melbourne, it's well nigh impossible for Prahran to get back into this game. And even though they had the bulk of the second half of that third quarter, they couldn't capitalise on the scoreboard. So Dandenong looking the goods at three-quarter time in the VFA match of the round.
The wolf is a super dog, with every sensory nerve alert to its surroundings.
They are indeed an incredible creature, but in Scandinavia, their days are numbered. Next on Wildscreen, the massacre of the wolves and the hysteria surrounding it. What causes this slaughter of animals who are no threat to humans? The camera follows one such pursuit to its unfortunate conclusion. This was the last mother wolf left in Sweden. 2 days later, her family were calling for her. The Wolf Saga, next on a new series of Wildscreen, 8 o'clock Thursday, ABC. Next on Four Corners.
It's one of the all-time great conspiracy stories. The KGB deliberately sparks a revolution against a friendly communist government, then loses the plot. All had seemed so sudden and spontaneous when the Czech people rose en masse and took control of their country. But this week's Four Corners shows how the KGB stage-managed the whole event. Everything worked like a dream until the man Moscow hand-picked to take over knocked back the job. Checkmate, next on Four Corners.
8:30 Monday, ABC.
Well, as usual, any number of players could win the Man of the Match award. And whatever our selection, you jot it down on the back of an envelope along with your name and address. Get it to the VFA by last mail Wednesday. You could win that $200 from Mazda for correctly naming the player. We give the nod as the Wards Express Man of the Match. Well, the umbrella out over there. No doubt over the Dandenong captain coach.
But you've got to
Tony Elshaw, who's winning them and wearing them at the moment.
There is no reason why we can't bloody drive into the ground and get some sort of percentage that we really haven't got a lot of at this stage. We're on 113.7%. That's not a big percentage. So we can really prove that today if you keep attacking, you keep working, keep running, sharing the ball around.
Well, percentage is what Tony Elshaw wants, and looking at the teams above Dandenong on the ladder, Sandringham only have 99%, Williamstown only 118. They are looking to catch up with those three teams above those positions on the ladder, and they'd be in a chance, Dandenong, if they could increase their percentage of grabbing the double chance. That still is a long way away from their thinking. They want to make sure of a finals berth. They're doing all that's being asked of them here today. As we update AFL, 2 games today, and St Kilda still holding sway over Melbourne, 25 points the difference there. The other game at Princes Park, and Geelong are stopping. Inaccuracy is counting against them there as the Blues come back. The difference is just 4 points. It's 71 points here in favour of Dandenong. It was 61 points at half-time. Prahran had, well, I'd say probably nearly 2/3 of the play in that quarter. Why didn't they get more goals, Philip?
Well, I don't think really they've got enough system, Peter. They kicked the ball wide often, didn't get enough runners through the middle of the ground, even though Williamson up forward was doing well. But Dandy just a little bit more polished, although they only scored 3 goals for the quarter. And gee, there was one tonight where there was no man to be seen, and that's happened so many times today. Loose players, Darren Reid on the right foot, and look at that, Milligan 10 metres out. And there he is again, Williamson.
The only effective forward, isn't he?
He didn't need the 50 metres there. He drilled it through for his 6th of the day. And then it was pretty much stalemate after that. Dandenong certainly telling out in the statistics department, but still hit-outs favouring Prahran, and with Green off the ground reported, you'd think that would stay the same. Ross Booth.
Well, I should know by now, but I forgot my umbrella, so I've got Mark Johnson, General Manager of Dandenong, who's protecting me. I think the rain's cleared. Ross Thornton just told Prahran to try and push up, not scrag, but just keep going at the ball and try and get some pride back. And Warwick Green, well, he's got to have to sit out there that final quarter, rest his legs.
Well, I don't think it will really make that much difference with a 71-point lead for Dandenong.
He's a darling of the outer, Roscoe, isn't he? They run out with umbrellas and look after him.
Goodness knows what else he gets while he's over there.
Anything's possible.
Yep.
Certainly doesn't bring back much here, does he?
Morrissey got the tap.
Straight in the kick.
Contraband.
Milligan, the stand-in ruckman, gets the ball across to Knight, who goes long. Bit of shepherding on the line. No, he couldn't, Mackenzie, because the ball had dropped short. It wouldn't have carried from Dennis Knight. So behind makes the difference 72 points.
It's good work by Shorthouse again there to hold his ground. He wasn't pushed in, and Mackenzie trying to shepherd the ball through. Done well.
They break from the huddle and go towards the Ingle Street side of the ground. Player being looked for and found is Mark. To the wing, Sulos making position.
And you mentioned, Sam, they really needed him to fire, didn't they? To have a chance in the midsection of the ground. He's struggled quite a bit.
Marshall spoils Williamson. Page. Burke. The call coming there from McConkey. Marshall. This is Justin Marshall. Not a lot to kick to, so he goes towards the pocket. The player running in there to take the mark.
Right there, thanks.
For McCormick.
One more step and you play on.
He's trying to catch just a little bit of an advantage coming around there. Hasn't kicked a goal today. I think he might have altered that. No, just faded away at the last moment.
That's all right.
Did well, Shorthouse. We've been saying that all afternoon. And finally it trickles over. 50 metres away from the Dandenong goal. 10 possessions for Shorthouse in the match.
He has played like a Stonehouse, really, hasn't he?
Just in front of the Sam Kekovich Stonehouse.
Exactly.
Taken by Milligan. Was it Burke? It's a goal. I think it might have been Darren Burke. Having seen Dandenong too often this season, I might have to wait for him to turn around. No help coming from my expert commentators.
No, I think you're right, Peter.
I know one thing, it's not Darren Reid.
We'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, it's Darren Burke.
Yes,
Darren Burke.
I should have gone with my gut feeling. He gets his first, Darren Burke. First goal of the term, goes Dandenong's way. Elshaw got an awkward bounce. Evans. Good use of the body from Kylie. He's been a real worker. Johnson gets it back to Evans. Is that the quick reply? No.
It's a very difficult situation when the side's 12 goals down. They obviously can't win the game. But certainly, as Ross mentioned, at three-quarter time, they've got their pride to consider. And that's one thing that they'll keep fighting right to their wire for.
Russell Marshall. A little shove from Page. Milligan done very well off the ball. A free kick will go the way of Darren Burke.
He has after a quiet first quarter, Milligan. I thought he's been one of Dandenong's better players.
In the running for the Man of the Match award, Justin Marshall. Keeping it nice and low. Almost hauled in there by desperate McCormack. He almost nabs it again. A little liberal with the foot there, Wallace. Couldn't get it clear. Evans puts the tackle in. A little bit indiscriminate. Kylie trying to hold off McConkey. He's being held now. Mark. Sulos. Prahran. Page heard the call from Kylie. 45 metres out.
Oh, dear. Normally you'd expect Glenn Kylie to put that one through on his left foot under not a great deal of pressure. But unfortunately, off to the side, floated to the side.
And the rain has passed.
I don't think there's any pot of gold there at the end of that rainbow for Prahran, Ross.
No, it's about over Albert Park, that one, I think. Cleared by McConkey. McCormack, long time to get rid of it. Given time, Darren Burke. Centering kick. And you can see McKenzie really struggling as he puts pressure or tries to chase Shorthouse. There's Atkinson. Of course, Dan will have a rest next week of the split round. Down the ground from half-back comes Justin Marshall. Runs his full measure of distance. And misses. Look at McKenzie just leap out of screen.
Tim Taylor there did not chase on Russell Marshall, and
I don't think there's anything to be gained by keeping McKenzie on the ground, really, to aggravate the injury. They can well afford the luxury of putting in, although they may not have an interchange player.
Bingo now, play on!
You're done by Burke. Wicks. Pace. Good pickup. Justin Marshall into the pocket to Dennis Knight.
It was Justin Marshall before. Sorry, Ross, my mistake. Call it Russell.
That's right, Phil.
They're brothers, of course, those two.
Okay, you got it there, no way.
Of course, they're not. The phones will ring hot again. Dolly Mullane now from outside 50.
Played a super game, Mullane.
16 possession. But he's done a lot of good work at the back.
And given them a lot of run out of that back line.
This will be a touch far for him. Just marked inside. No, it's been taken over by Peter Ryan.
Phil, I'm going to put one to you. Dandenong last year kicked 1,430 points for the year. Already this season they've kicked 1,156. You were bleating about the loaded draw earlier in the season. Are you glad now that you're only playing Dandenong once?
Very much so.
Well, there you have it. Ball's on centre wing. Mark. No, it's not. It's Birch. Squares the ball, and down goes Williamson. Made that look very good, and he's got the free kick.
It's a goal too.
Advantage has been played, has it?
No, it kicked it through the goals, but he didn't allow the advantage. No, they've really come on. They're obviously a good side. I mean, I acknowledge that. Last week we played them. I was very, very impressed, and they could have won the game.
What would you give that one, Ross?
Well, that's what the umpires are supposed to be looking out for, the stager.
It might have been there anyway, but he made it look a little more dramatic than it was. He's going for number 7. Let's hope he kicks 10.
Just wish that on me. No, he won't get 10. He'll get about 9.
This is his 7th kick too. He's finally astray.
But Marshall is a fine defender. I never ever thought I'd see the day when anyone really kick a bag on Marshall.
Fisted away by Williamson.
Just got to pay a bit more attention, doesn't he, to his defensive work and his man. He just backs his judgment a little too much.
It's interesting that Williamson then got right out and stayed with Marshall there. Marshall made the break and didn't take the kick out. But to Williamson's credit, he's worked hard on the defensive side of the game.
Kylie. There's a good kick. That's another one. Marshall could do little to stop that. And in fact, from memory, Kylie has served some nice passes up to Williamson.
You could have had that lady's umbrella, Ross.
It's a lovely colourful one, that one. Didn't look good on the golf course, though.
Jump behind it.
Now, will Williamson be able to kick number 7 this time? Liberation.
Stay behind the mark, guys.
Everything correct. 40 metres. Correct, except the direction. And there is no breeze now. These ladies have put their umbrellas away.
Give me 5 minutes. Thank you.
Late afternoon sunshine. Gilda kicks in again.
Just thinking, Russ, we're bathing in fine sunshine here now. Unpredictable Melbourne weather not letting us down.
You can tell the days are getting longer too.
They're now getting, yes.
Atkinson to centre wing. Oh, fine tackle from...
Oh, no, that was right. It was high.
Oh, gee,
Round the neck.
he caught him at full pace, Mark. That was a beauty, I thought.
Yeah, round the neck.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be right, Ross.
No.
It wasn't that high, was it?
No.
Player going past is McConkey from Elshaw, who's still down in the middle. I think out of tiredness more than anything. Taking the ball Shorthouse as he's done all afternoon. Fine play. Shorthouse finds teammate Ryan. Little chip there from Kylie. And the herd was bearing down on Soulos. Free kick went Dandenong's way. Advantages played as Burke up towards Reed, who used his body there. Rydham Cowboy. And holding the ball is the decision against Ryan. Lacko. Atkinson. Around Soulos.
Chase.
17th possession. Mullane taking over and throwing himself into the fence there, hoping for a free kick to Alessandro. Goes over and makes sure he's okay. Morrissey, number 9, against Mackenzie, who wins it with a fist. Reed left that one behind. Walford put the ball to Ryan. Shorthouse setting up for Johnson, who's got the recovery here. Good work there from Gilda. Another fine tackle, but he couldn't hold Mark there, and the handball goes off to Johnson. Elshaw, but Prahran have the numbers on this occasion. Now they're clear through tapping. Squaring kick right onto the chest of the full forward Williamson. He's missed 2 from this range in the last 5 minutes or so. This is for number 7.
Where patch your sandies there, Jack?
Third time lucky, Phil.
A couple of metres, mate.
Lucky
that's the expression. Might be just a touch closer. And that kick looks nice off the boot.
It's all clear.
7 goals for Graham Williamson. And he's the only player who's managed more than a goal for Prahran. They've only had 3 goal kickers for the afternoon.
Yeah, and a very, very fine effort by Graham Wilkinson. And here we see a fine pass by Dale Tapping. And why wouldn't you give it to a man that possesses the ability that he does? Very, very promising player. Graham Wilkinson, deserving of the utmost plaudits
There's
today.
a dandy bench. Warwick Green off for striking twice, and Nick Murray with a shoulder injury. And Dandenong have 2 injured players on the field at the moment. Mackenzie with a groin. And who's the other one?
Oh, Elshaw's got a bit of a cut.
Yeah, there's another one. Loose one. This one, Lacko, I reckon, is hobbling a bit. Probably kick a goal and make a lower of me. Chipping it nicely.
Nick Murray's, I think you're after Ross.
No, he is off. We've already mentioned
Walford
him.
tapping, and loose is Soulos. Johnson at the back. Gilda dropping back on him. Good spoil, Gilda. Johnson has Kylie. Now Kylie will find Williamson. In front. Overrunning it, Marshall. Oh, and he has no pressure, easily runs out of defence. No pressure whatsoever. Atkinson over to Mullane. Will be a goal at the other end. Oh, from the side, McCormack, almost a spectacular mark. Now, Lacko may well not be injured, but he just doesn't seem to be moving as freely as he usually is. And there's that red setter, isn't it, Phil?
I believe so.
Stupid dogs, aren't they?
Prahran's credit, they have restricted Dandenong to only 4 goals since half-time.
You'll have the dog lovers, the Red Setter Club of Victoria on the phone, Ross.
I used to live with a red setter.
Did you? What, didn't do the washing up? What was the problem?
Kept marking the goals down incorrectly. I think they need a lot of training. We'll have Dr. Hugh Worth on the line. Now Milligan with Morrissey. Milligan wins it. Birch the fist. Prahran looking tired. Morrissey, as he usually does, fires out the hand pass. This time he kicks. D'Alessandro under pressure. Johnson.
Come back, keep going.
Quick over the first couple of metres. Williamson leads to the pocket. At 50 given.
I can hear him. I told him to come back 5 times. 2 metres over the mark. I told him. Oh, come on.
Well, you couldn't say that umpires Kennedy and Coates haven't let the players know what's on their mind today. They'll be hoarse at the end of the day, Phil.
Yes, that's true. I thought there were a few exchanges earlier, but that's quite right. He's told him what the rule is, and he was over the mark, and it's as simple as that.
Second goal for Rod Johnson. There's Ross Thornton.
And players still give those 50-metre penalties away when they're 2 steps over and they get told you just simply have to get back quick smart. There's a difference between maybe having the ball in a reasonable area or a goal, and you can't give it away.
Well, 64 points is the difference. When you think that the difference at halftime was 61 points, I think Tony Elshaw might be a little bit unhappy with his troops.
So.
Player eyeball to eyeball was Tony Elshaw there with the umpire for about half a metre. Umpire felt the hot breath down his neck. Page worked hard all day.
First one was too high.
And now some hot air being expended by Elshaw again in letting the umpire know what he thought of that decision. Page finding Morrissey. Elshaw spotting him on the mark. Kiley running into the corridor. Williamson, he's being swamped on this occasion. The mark taken by Milligan. Mullane. Atkinson. Over Knight's head, who made the lead.
Oh, gutsy man.
Yes, that's Willie Walford.
He's battled hard, Walford.
Ryan also. Mark now. Being forced backwards by Elshaw. What's offering? Williamson the target. Again, he has 3 or 4 Dandenong players around him. He flew Mullane, allowing D'Alessandro in. Player coming towards McConkey there was Taylor. And he just took his eye off the ball a little bit. And those showers seem to have passed us by. Bounce about 30 metres out from the Prahran goal. Kiley didn't get there in time. We've played into this last term. How far, Ross? 16 and a half. I thought it was about halfway through. It's a pretty quiet ground at the moment. Prahran just seeing if they can get back below that 61 difference at half-time. But matching it is not really good enough as Morrissey spooned the ball out there. Free kick will go to Darren Reid.
Reid looking for Lacko at half forward. He's had a quiet quarter. That's his first kick after a brilliant first 3 out to Knight, the dangerous Knight. Running at him as tapping and just put enough pressure for Knight to miss. And there's Dennis Knight. It worried me who he's looked like, and not unlike David Williams, your forward, Phil. Except for the hair colour, just...
I didn't pick that one, Ross.
No, I can see that, Ross.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, thank you, Peter.
Slammer Williams with Dermot Brereton's hair.
That's right. Shorthouse. Going wide to Ryan. Got a push from McCormack. Mark, take it with you. Keeps it in front. Now Reed has stopped in his tracks. Knight gathers. Elshaw pressured by Ryan. On all fours are both players, and so is too is Knight, holding the ball.
Good decision. Very good decision.
On the mark, play on, play on!
Tapping.
Play on!
Good fist from Marshall. Oh, one-handed handball from Mark. Oh, umpires have put the whistle away as Birch went down. Justin Marshall, the half forward. Floating in is Walford.
Played well.
Play on is the call at the moment. Hanrahan getting the ball across there to Evans. Centre wing stabs it beautifully to Page. Birch's kick onto the chest of Marshall. You see Williamson had made the lead straight out from goal. Mullane bouncing the ball there to Burke. Russell Marshall has continued on from fullback to centre wing.
That's all right.
Knock on from Wicks. Elshaw cleverly tapped the ball back inboard. Wicks swoops on it. I was going to say we haven't seen much of him lately. He's missed that which would have been his 8th goal.
Gee, they missed about 3 or 4 easy goals, Dandenong. And I'm sure that Elshaw wouldn't be happy with that. I think they certainly have relaxed and stopped a little bit, Dandenong.
Smart, play on!
Walford, where can he go?
Although they haven't stopped battling, Prahran. They kept fighting, chipping away.
Mark flips it out to Ryan. Down they go, McCormack. And Ryan will get the free. Paul McCormack.
That's the mark! Play on!
Can't con the umpire. Cross goal towards tapping. Lacko.
Play on!
Doesn't seem to be moving that freely. Out to Luke Sulos. Pressured by Atkinson. There's Atkinson and Sulos. Atkinson off the bench today. Sulos relatively quiet. Morrissey goalward for the two Blues. Birch short straight to Justin Marshall. Oh, Taylor comes in strongly. Marshall withstood it. There's Birch. Advantage Page. Johnson long towards Page. Dives and holds it.
That's Taylor and Marshall.
Page looks for Williamson. And I should think he ought to have got a free there. There's the
umpires weren't watching that either. They could have got into that, Phil.
Certainly could have.
You wouldn't have missed that opportunity.
In the old days, someone would have been wearing one. Whoever wasn't the quickest.
Lacko, big turning circle like a jumbo. On the left foot, but he likes a goal, the half forward. And just misses.
20 minutes played last term.
Keep coming.
67 points. Really only a goal better off than they were at half-time, Dandenong. Well taken behind the pack there. Prahran to half forward. Page went up one-handed. It was tapping that got the ball forward. Here's Page. Marshall in front of Williamson. Really just going through the motions at the moment, Dandenong. Sulos, blind kick. Williamson spoilt by Marshall. This time there's a Prahran rover. It's Johnson. He gets his third. Rod Johnson, second of the last term, and the difference is 61 points.
It's been a good effort to battle on, I think, by Prahran under a lot of pressure and really going nowhere at half-time. But they've outscored Dandenong since then. We see the work there. Knock over the back. Johnson onto it quickly and kicks it on his right foot. Second goal. Third goal. Never was much good at charades.
A lot of that going on at the moment. We're ruminating about who we will give the Awards Express Man of the Match to. We'll get the keys of that MSX6.
Sam's cast his vote and he agrees with me, so we're a chance. Long vom to Lacko in front of Wallace.
I suppose I better have a look at who you've picked, because there's sure to be a mistake.
I can't agree with it.
And
get up,
centre half forward. Spike Milligan is told to get up by the umpire.
Let him go. Don't touch him.
He hasn't touched him yet.
He'd have to be a candidate after quarter time.
Yes, he's done very little wrong. He's been a focal point for them.
Let's just muddy the water even more.
2 goals to Milligan. 20th possession.
Oh, it's a big kick.
And that might have just got the distance. Yes. 8 marks to the big centre half forward.
And why wouldn't you deliberate and take all the time in the world when you're capable of doing something like that from about 55 metres out? Yes, you agree with the reasoning behind that, Roscoe?
Well, he kicked it well, didn't he, from outside 50. And the big fellas there, Shorthouse and Morrissey, the ex-Williamstown boys, just going underneath the ball.
Been a good player, Milligan. Ross, hasn't he?
Definitely has.
Oh.
We won't be swayed, will we, Ross?
Milligan wins the tap. Can he get back in there? He's running on nicely. Knight couldn't get the ball out to him. Thump from Wallace. Gilder handing the ball off to Wicks. And he's
Wicks.
missed.
Oh, dear. It was Wicks.
Yes,
Wicks kicked the point.
He's in the running for
Gee,
player of the match.
Goal there would have given him a big chance.
It would have. He'll never know.
I think he'll be doing a lot more than that. I think he might just about have the kick.
Oh, come on.
His family were getting all excited back home, expecting to roll home in the flash car.
Well, he's probably got 2 at home anyway.
McCormack.
Sensible, he will.
Going short. Shorthouse. Birch. Ryan. Well, there's not much momentum out of the Prahran back line. Now there is tapping. Morrissey. Evans. Kicks to Burke. Johnson had a good last quarter. Gave it away to Burke.
I thought it came touched off number 2.
And there's Simon Evans, our cameraman, who has his 35th birthday today. And he's done it hard today. Celebrated last night.
Doesn't look 35, does he?
You're lucky we're seeing him from behind. Atkinson. Almost held in by Birch. Knight's handball. Tapping's caught. Tackler was McCormack. Good work from that player because Knight was able to get the handball to Reed. Gives it back to Knight. Heard a call and has managed to find Darren Burke. They're going to make real sure of it, Dandenong, and in the process muck it up. Wallace smothered the handball off the boot. Tapping finds Sulos, and away go the 2 Blues. Final score, and the Saints have done Melbourne like a dinner at the MCG. 33 points as the marks hauled in by Graham Williamson.
You know, I reckon if he had kicked 10 today, Peter, he's kicked 7, hasn't he? If he'd kicked 10, the ball would have been down there a lot more, wouldn't it, Ross? They just might have got up.
Well, he really has had the opportunity to kick 10, though we really can't begrudge him those 2 misses because he'd been 100% accurate before that. He's going for number 8 now. He's kicked 7 goals, 3. Could have been easily 10 straight, Philip.
And I'd have been humiliated.
67 points the lead for Dandenong. Atkinson.
Oh, there he
Milligan.
Milligan.
Is it too late? Ross Booth has already disappeared out onto the ground to grab the man of the match at the end of the game, and not sure exactly which way they're going to go.
How many stats for Milligan?
9 marks as the marks hauled in there by Evans, who was caught. The ball's taken away from him by Reed. Elshaw. Only 2 players for Dandenong inside the semicircle. More importantly, only 1 for Prahran. It was Shorthouse, and he got the handball away. Hanrahan got the ball over the top to Johnson, and he could have gone into the leading full forward Williamson. Instead, found his opponent Marshall. It's Marshall who's found, in fact. Milligan off to Mullane. Mark taken by Morrissey. Wallace. Wormburner to Walford. Evans. Up and down on the 1 spot. Birch. Tapping put under pressure. No more pressure than Reid was, and he's got the free kick.
27!
A bit more tired than anything. Might be a little bit of bruising there. Be happy when the game's finished, I think. Darren Reid played a pretty good final game in VFA football. Mark taken here by Lacko. Good mark taken by the diving McCormick. 27 minutes played, final term. Paul McCormick still looking for his first goal. 10 possessions. And he's made that one count. Too much class today, Dandenong, for Prahran, who've tried gamely, especially in the second half, but to no avail. 73 points the lead's back out to again.
It's a nice pass, this. The arms of McCormick. Played a serviceable game. But you're right, Peter, just far too talented, far too classy. And too strong.
Well, for the moment, at least, they'll be into the 5, Dandenong. Prahran's task of getting involved with the top 5 looking pretty forlorn now. 3 games out. And really the tale was told here in the second quarter when it was 10 goals to 2. And Milligan, what a fine game he's played. 29 minutes gone. Out it goes to Atkinson. There won't be any more. It's a 73-point win for the Redlegs. What an improvement this season we've seen from the Dandenong side under captain coach Tony Elshaw, and an excited Sean Mullane there hugging Milligan. We'll find out very shortly who the Wards Express man of the match is and who you have to put down on the back of an envelope to have a chance to win that $200 prize from Mazda. But really, Dandenong have collected the prize today. Prahran might have matched it with them in the second half, but there was really no doubt about who was going to win this game. Goal kickers for the winning side: 7 to Richard Wicks, 4 to Reid, 3 to Milligan and Knight, singles to McCormack, McKenzie, Darren Burke and Elshaw, while for Prahran, 7 to full forward Williamson, 3 to Johnson and 1 to Evans. Just 3 goal kickers. And Elshaw still ramming home the point to his team that perhaps they didn't win by as big a margin as they could have. 61 points up at half-time. They won by 73 points. It's still a handy percentage booster. And they're now back into the 5. Half a game out before the start of today. Remembering that round 10 is completed tomorrow around the VFA. Well, really, the contest ended here at half-time after a 10-goal to 2 term from the Redlegs, and Sean Mullane having a bit of word as well. Ross Booth, as soon as this huddle breaks up, will have a word with the man of the match, and no doubt try and talk to Tony Elshaw as well. And they really are a team unit, Sam and Phil, aren't they?
Yes, I've been impressed with Dandenong on each occasion we've seen them on our televised match, and it's a credit to them, and great to see some new blood in the finals fight.
Well, let's find out who the Wards Express man of the match is. Roscoe.
Well, it was a tight one. Warwick Green, they said, they should have got it, but we said he went missing in the last quarter. We decided, Sam and I, on Richard Wicks. 7 goals, a great effort, and with the tankard, the Wards Express tankard, Bill Stubbs.
Richard, congratulations on behalf of Wards Express. Fine game. Here's the tankard, and well done again on behalf of Wards.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff.
Terrific. Well, you had a purple patch, especially in the first half. Great game.
Yeah, I was a bit lucky there. I think the ball was just coming my way today, I think, and I capitalised on it in the first half anyway, but the second half I think I made a few blunders, but it makes it much easier when the blokes bring it down from the back line, you know, and deliver it so easy. So, you know, I was very happy with the game. It's just great to get away with the win, and we can stay in contact with the 5.
Well, it wasn't just getting away with, you really rolled them over.
Yeah, well, you know, Tony's been drilling into us of late. We've sort of come that close, and we've just missed out, and it was time that we went on with it this time. So, you know, the boys did that, and full credit to them.
Right, now where do you live?
Oh, right up in Emerald, mate. Right
well, it's disastrous. We'll hear the keys to the Mazda anyway, so it'd be nice to drive up to Emerald.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank Mazda and Wards Express.
Terrific. Richard Wicks, 7 goals and a great game for Dandenong today.
Well done, Richard. Really, you could say that a lot of his goals were easy ones in that they were only kicked from 10 metres out, but you've got to have a bit up top, haven't you, to be able to read those situations and swoop in.
Exactly right. And not only Wicks, but Reid both displayed great intelligence and reading the pattern of play, you know, and that's such a great weapon in the armoury of any footballer, to have the capacity to read and put yourself in a position accordingly. And when we often talk about pace, and this is where it's very misleading, Peter, you classify a player as being slow or quick. But, you know, where you can compensate for pace is your capacity to use your nous and place yourself accordingly in the right position.
The thing too, Sam, he kicked them in the second quarter when the game was tight. And he kicked 4, I think, in the second quarter, and probably that, as much as anything, swung the game. So we could probably underestimate it in a sense. If he, you know, wasn't as flashy later on in the game, but he did the damage when it counted, and that's a great effort. And you're right, Darren Reid, he'll be a good player. I think he could go on and make it. And whether he stays for the year or comes back, I think they're entitled to come back. But he'll be a real asset in league football.
I'm adamant he'll make it. I think he's got all the credentials to be a class rover, not just make it, but I'd mean to really entrench himself in there.
I think the other fella too, Peter, I agree. I think the boys might have said that Warwick Green in the ruck was one of their better players. I already played a great game because Morrissey's a big leaper, but Green jumped early at the centre bounces and just cut Morrissey's leap out. And we noticed Morrissey wasn't able to punch that ball 20 metres like he did up in in the ACT in the representative game. So
well, I think he'd had to work so hard against Green and do a lot of jumping that he really ran out a bit of fitness towards the end there.
Indeed. So he set it up, I think.
OK, well, a number of players can take some kudos from the victory today on Dandenong's behalf, perhaps 20 of them. Here's Ross Booth down in their rooms.
Well, we've interrupted presentation here. Peter Williams, the president of Dandenong, has a presentation to Darren Reid.
Thanks. Boys, I just wanted to say on behalf of the Dandenong Football Club, to wish Darren every success.
Look,
I think, without doubt, it's one of the greatest pleasures that we've had as a club is to have a young bloke like Reedy come along with us. He's just been the epitome of excellence in everything that he's done. And Reedy, just in case you have a change of heart, son, number 27's there for you to take with you. And if you ever want to bring it back to Dandy, it's yours, boy. Well, yeah.
And terrific spirit, isn't it? What a great acquisition he's been for them.
Well, when things quieten down there, we might even hear from Darren. But as we look at some highlights from the quarter, a number of talking points to come out of this game, and the draft situation is one of them. As we watch Williamson really worked hard for his team. And kicked 7.
Yes, it was a tremendous performance in a losing side to kick 7 goals. Not only that, the 7 he kicked, but the manner in which he got them. They were all fine leads, great marks, and prodigious kicking. But, you know, to Prahran's credit, they really hung in there in the second half, and it was a good display of character. And I think Ross Thornton's on the right track. It's a little frustrating at the moment when you experienced players were down a bit today, in particular Sulos, who's been a great player, and I've been reluctant to give him a knock today.
I thought Johnson, who kicked that goal, really tried to his utmost in the second half.
Johnson. But, you know, what about the key defenders? You know, Milligan there on screen kicking that long goal. He was a superb centre-half forward. But the defence, Storehouse, Page, I thought in particular...
He's been Stonehouse, he's been Storehouse, he's been
Shorthouse. He certainly blocked out the Dandenong attacks, but unfortunately every time he hit it to the ground, a Dandy player picked it up and kicked a goal.
Well, in the marking department, Prahran got right back into it in that second half. The handballs, Dandenongs were very effective, I thought. They had the nod in free kicks because they were in front for most of the day, and in the hit-outs, Prahran just edging out Dandenong there. But in the main statistic, the scoreboard, 73 points in favour of Dandenong. Now, Darren Reid, who's been picked up in the draft. Phil, you've had some things to say about the draft. We see there Dandenong very proud of him getting picked up by AFL side Carlton. You, though, think while it is good for the VFA promotion-wise and it lifts the profile of the competition, that some of the clubs might suffer in the long run?
Well, when you're a coach, you are coaching for your particular club. Now, Elshaw is coaching Dandenong. He wants them to do as well as they possibly can. So that's your real concern. There are technical matters related to financing clubs who lose players and compensating them, because if the competition is going to produce players, it needs the support financially.
Well, let's quickly hear from Darren, who's looking forward, no doubt, to a long AFL career.
Were you expected to be picked up in the draft?
I was surprised, actually.
your background. I'll be getting up in here.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to hear from Darren. That's a bit of a shame, but some mic problems down there. A bit of water might have got into the mic, but Geelong really folded after half-time, and Carlton have won that one by 19 points there at Princes Park. Let's quickly take a look at what's coming up in the VFA tomorrow to complete round 10. Some very interesting games. Oakley, I wonder if they can follow on from last week. Springvale were upset by Prahran a few weeks ago, so they won't want to take Oakley lightly. Werribee at home, they win that one against Port, and things are looking good for that double chance. We'll be having a look at Werribee next week against Springvale, so what a beauty that'll be. Live from Port Melbourne next Saturday from 2 o'clock. Phil, Sam, thanks for your company again. And Roscoe down there in the rooms battling on well. Hope you've enjoyed it this afternoon.
And at three-quarter time, they led 12.
Members side, where Stephen Wallace was going to get it the first time, then got it the second time and kicks it towards centre wing. Good gather there by Grant. And just slipping at the critical stage. Takes it over for a boundary throw-in. Chris Grant starting at full forward, being moved out to half forward in the second quarter. Kick off the ground by Atkins. Grant's there again, so is Atkins working overtime. Ferrets the ball towards Royal. He can't do much with it. Umpire calls for a bounce. 12-5 plays 7-9, and we've got just under 18 minutes left in the game. And look at Brian Royal, 24 possessions, and they've been good ones for Footscray. Very, very productive small player. Wind. Wallace, that's Stephen Wallace. Atkins could nearly kick it off the ground, tries to pick it up. Now he feeds it out, McGuinness. Good gather by Royal. Wallace is pulled off it by Platten. Umpire calls play on. Liberatore on the bottom of it. Simon Atkins goes in again. Umpire will call for a bounce. It's between wing and half forward, just favouring the Bulldogs. They persisted with handball too, Footscray. Sandy, haven't they? Quite a lot of their players have got very high handball statistics.
Free kick going the way of Wine. The advantage played, so Wallace goes down towards Delray. Can't take it. Coleman off hands. What's his step going to be like? He wants to get round on the right foot, and he's too slow. Tuck. Clears. The halfback, Ralph Smith. Scoots away. Kicks up towards the wing. And a good mark taken by Whitman. Stabs in towards half forward. Condon. This looks more productive by Hawthorn. Condon floats one down towards full forward. Pritchard giving chase. Asked the question. And it is answered in the affirmative. But he's kicking from this very difficult pocket today. Breeze coming straight into his face. He's tried his heart out today. I'll tell you what, that's a tremendous kick from that position. That is a goal.
Finishes in the vacant wing position. Gather by Collingwood. Tries to get it to Royal. Chipping in well was Cooper. Cooper's kick from a standing position. No mark taken. Kennedy, good possession. Kick into the pocket. Mark to Deer. That's Paul Deer inside 50 metres. Too far out to score, I would suggest. But he's going to kick it to within scoring distance now. Oh, nearly pulled down there. It's Wind, and he feeds it towards the boundary line. Hawthorn player there could have been Ralph Smith in the action, couldn't break through. And a boundary throw-in will take place.
The Hawks have it in their scoring zone. DL couldn't take it. Hogg, Kennedy, a hurried kick. Oh, snap! Looks pretty good too. The freak has done it. James Morrissey. And back come the Hawks.
Footscray have missed the place, I think, in the opening 10 or 12 minutes of this quarter. I was just thinking when the siren was... And Lawrence, Whitman pulled off it. Ball goes back towards centre half-back. Hogg flips it out. Opportunity for Royal with blood streaming from a cut just above his nose. Kick by Wallace. Hawkins, kick it off the ground. He does. Brilliant football, Dougie Hawkins. Can the Bullies get something out of this? Glenn Coleman with skill. Back to Del Rey and he goes.
Great play, Doug Hawkins. It's his goal.
Well, he had to sum it up quickly, Sandy, and see, that's the sort of thing, when I did say that Hawthorn were going to struggle, you always have to give credit to the side that are a very, very experienced team. You expect them to make a surge, but they can only afford to make one mistake, and they get that far behind the 8 ball. One quick kick there, finishes with Terry Wallace. He kicks it further afield. Bit of good fortune, and a very experienced kick off the ground by Hawkins. Some good play there by Coleman to get it back to Del Rey to kick Footscray's 13th.
Still over 11 minutes remaining. 13 points in the Dogs' favour. Wine. Kennedy tries to take it out of the centre. Nowhere to go. Eventually tries to get a short kick away. Finals desperation. Platten to half forward. Reynolds. Still going. Cross to Atkins. Oh, puts Wallace under pressure. Hawthorn are running in a pack now. James Morrissey to Johnny Platten. Platten a chip up forward. Over the back. Kennedy can't take it. Whitman can't keep it in play. And a throw-in.
There's a player that's figured in this revival quite a lot.
Jay Platten.
Unbelievable, hasn't he? He was having a shocker. One kick and 6 hand passes or something until three-quarter time. And he's had 7 and 8 now at this stage of the last quarter.
Reynolds. Liberatore, look at him go. Oh, it's wide. That will bounce over the line.
And he's got cut from blood coming from a cut on his forehead too, Tony Liberatore. Been a tough go, hasn't it?
My word, it has. Just outside Hawthorn's 50-metre line. The battle-scarred warrior, Terry Wallace, as he tried hard. Applies the tackle on Schwab, taken by Kennedy off the boot. McGuinness partly smothers, another throw. Precious seconds tick away. And Lawrence again, taken by McGuinness. Pumps it back to the centre. Del Rey in front of Tuck. Does well to get around. And a lovely kick. Hawkins. Coleman. Coleman to Kolyunov. On the left foot. Partly smothered. Coleman. Kick it on the left foot. He has. And he's kicked it behind.
See, that could have brought the grandstand down. But that's what I meant before. This kicks it into the 50-metre line on the outer side. Hawthorn mark taken by Kennedy. And his game has lifted in this last term. He's had 10 kicks and 13 hand passes. And he's tried very, very hard to get his side moving in this last term. Punch out by E to a well-deserved lead. Pritchard, smothered by Wine. Gets the hand pass wide to Royal. Royal's left foot kick. Langford.
What a game that'll be. Cooper loses it to Kolyunov. And Coleman. Platten at the back. Tuck. Kolyunov. Kennedy. Oh, he's lost
it. There's a bit of spirit for you, isn't there? John Kennedy trying to get away to get the kick. And Kolyunov, no way.
Here's Kennedy from the back pocket. Well, Steve Wallace had the ride. Couldn't take it, so it leaves Condon on his own. Towards Whitman, who got a bad bounce. Hogg got a good one. At the boundary line too close.
I don't think Matthew Hogg will mind one little bit, that ball going over the boundary line. Centre wing. Wine gets the tap out. Goes towards Matthew Hogg. And then he applies a tackle, which according to the umpire was too high. Well, I guess you'd have to have a good look at it in slow motion. But Whitman has the free kick. Forward of centre wing. Kicks it towards centre half forward. No mark. Eccleston from behind is a good spoil. John Kennedy. Handball again. Platten leaves it for Ralph Smith. Kennedy tackled by Atkins. Goes back to Ralph Smith. Good spotting. Finds Jenke. 50 metres from goal. Gives it to Condon. Condon could score. Oh, it's touched. But it wasn't going to go through anyway, I wouldn't have thought. Eccleston right on the edge in the back pocket.
Tony McGuinness goes long towards centre wing, looking for and finding Peter Foster. Been a relatively quiet day by his standards. 8 kicks, 4 marks, 3 handballs. The looping left footer to half forward. Delray in front of Tuck, couldn't mark. Pushed out to Liberatore. Away he goes to half forward. Coleman caught behind on this occasion, and Langford takes the mark. Wants to go on with it. Time ticking away for the Hawks. Kicks back towards the centre. They want a goal and they want it badly. Collins, a rare mistake. McGuinness backs him up. Platten into the game. Over the 50-metre line. Morrissey a chance. If anyone can kick it, the freak can. Into the pocket. Whitman, Kennedy. Kennedy in trouble. Now, was that deliberate?
Has to be penalised.
He's lost it.
Rick would have been better off just forcing it through for a behind. And then he could have kicked it 60 metres clear. Now Paul Deer's got a chance.
He's kicked 2 goals, 1 in the second and 1 in the third. This is his most difficult. He's kicked it behind. 4 3/4 minutes remaining.
Only 2 goals of difference.
2 goals in it.
Well, Reynolds has the chance to really give Footscray, well, I thought he may have kicked long there in a tight situation, but he elected to go short to Kennedy. Kennedy will go short. McGuinness has made good position. And with 2 kicks, they're still inside 50. You know, I would have thought that the best plan would have been to thump it long. Well, McGuinness is going to keep it close to the boundary line. And Luck's a fortune. Royal, chipping in, takes the mark. Gives the hand pass away to the lumbering Ryan. Back to Royal. Now to Foster, and Foster goes bang with a long one. Doesn't quite get onto it. Tuck can't mark. Ball still forward of centre wing for the Bulldogs. Grant, over the top of it goes Pritchard. Umpire calls for a bounce. Got under 4 minutes left. And Footscray, they did very well in the third term, kicking 7 goals, 1, to open up a 27-point advantage at 3/4 time. The Hawks have just slowly but surely eaten that away to trail at the moment by just 12 points. They can go forward quickly and get a goal. Gee whiz, what a last 2 or 3 minutes we'll have. Kick by Condon, goes to centre half forward. Which way will it bounce? Favours the Hawks. Ralph Smith can't break away, or can he? Yes, oh, throwing the ball. No, umpire allows it to go because Footscray were in the clear. Oh, Foster. Too high against Ralph Smith, 50 metres against Schwab. Peter Schwab, who really should know a little bit more about it than that. Hawthorn player Darren Pritchard arguing with the umpire. Oh, gee, I tell you what, I'd like to buy some real estate off this bloke. That free kick was given the other side of the centre square, and he's going to kick it maybe 15 metres forward of the centre square. So Foster, if he can kick this high in the air with an effective drop punt, could nearly score. He's done just that. It carries into the square. No mark. Tuck. Handball over the top. Lawrence. Cooper's caught. Collingwood. Shot for goal is there. Collingwood.
The Dogs are home. Yes, the Dogs were home. A fighting performance. 6 on the trot and stay with Essendon at the top of the ladder. Let's have a look at the quarter-by-quarter scores early on in the game, and really nothing in it early. Richmond 2-4-16 to Collingwood 2-2-14. Let us now go to the action. We pick up play with some 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, and the Maggies have snatched a 6-point lead.
It's got to be the toughest decision in football for an umpire to make.
And there's Starcevic doing it well, but he taps it straight to Matthew Knights, who's had a good game. Mick Gafer. Allows Kerrison to come through. They're making a lot of space out there, Collingwood. McGuan to half forward. David Cloak sets himself for the mark. Can't take it. Oh, there's Matthew Knights in after it again. Well done, Dennis Banks. On the right. Wright hooks it back at goal. Oh, great kick by Graham Wright. Top goal. Well, Collingwood go further in front. 4-6 plays 2-6.
Well, this fellow started as a forward pocket and a forward pocket specialist when he first came into this Collingwood side. And I didn't think he could play up the ground, but he certainly has proved me wrong. He's a great chaser, a great tackler, and could be an outsider this year for the Brownlow.
2 goals of difference. McGuan takes the mark after a short kick from Waitman. So Collingwood just starting to assert a little superiority here. And this is a dangerous time for Richmond with 4 minutes and a few seconds before half-time. He's kicked to half forward. Cloak and Barwick and Brown. And Cloak able to force it out. The veteran, the 35-year-old, who's playing in his 303rd game today, given a second chance at Richmond. Started there, came to Victoria Park and went back to Tigerland this year. Dacos. Lambert was able to intercept and then sweep a handball to Lees. One bounce. He's got Knights in the centre if he's able to get it across to him, but he goes to Stephen Ryan. Gafer with him. Ryan takes him on and runs away from him, but empty space for Collingwood players to Greg Hamilton. McEwen misses it, but he's got the backup with Kerrison. They keep the pressure on. Kelly. Gee, that was slow motion, but a strong handball into the wind by Kelly to Mullane. Monkhurst, Turner. Good teamwork by Collingwood, and they get out of it.
Centre wing, Starcevic and Lees. Well done by Mitchell, a brilliant Mitchell. Well played to Pickering. Here's Andy Goodwin again, kicking it to half forward. Gale from the back, it's fisted to ground. Here's a chance. No, it doesn't bounce for Lambert. Grabbed by Russell. Russell to the half forward line. Andy Goodwin against Tony Francis. And Goodwin heads for the line. And the Collingwood supporters will appeal for deliberate, but got a big heart, Don.
Oh, that's all he's got, Pete. You've just got to admire the way he just keeps going, because he was a soccer player in his teens and he only learned his football when he went to Wandon, which is a suburb or a country town.
Wandon North, I think, in fact, wasn't it? But anyway, it's brilliantly done, Peter Dacos. What a brilliant pickup to Tony Shaw. He's looking for Russell. The Richmond players chasing hard. This is Bauer chasing Jamie Turner. Turner cleverly. Back to Russell. A quick kick finds Dacos. Dacos looking for Banks. Tony Shaw taps it on. And big Andy Goodwin again. Oh, he heads straight to the line. It was deliberate. And the umpire let him get away with that. Tony Shaw. Shane Kerrison's going off the ground. He's injured.
He doesn't look too good at all, as we can see in the foreground of our screen as he limps off the ground.
Throw in at half forward for Collingwood. Bauer, not a good kick. Mullane with a chance. Still Mullane with power and precision. And has he put it through? Yes. Well, that is a Mullane goal. It had his name stamped all over it. 5-6 to 2-6.
Well, I just shook my head in admiration for the way that Mullane went through and attacked that ball, then broke the tackle. The momentum that he built up. Watch this. One break. And watch this one. Oh. The power the man possesses. He's a strong wingman.
The Magpies lead by 3 goals after that brilliant goal by Darren Mullane. And there's little Francis in after it again. Banks gets it to Russell. Now is it a free kick going Richmond's way to Cloak for a throw. Now, this is David Cloak. Gee, they've fallen down badly on the forward line. Richmond, they miss Jeff Hogg down there. There's the kick to Pickering. Oh, he's beaten badly by Mullane. Mullane playing a great game. Back it comes to Monkhorst. He'll go to Shaw. Collingwood really have stepped up a gear. Tony Shaw, 10-metre pass. Finds Russell. Russell brought down by Tony Fee with a push in the back, though, the umpire said. And it will be a free kick coming back to Russell. Scott Russell from centre wing to the half-forward line. Gavin Brown uncontested. Takes a good mark, though, in the swirly breeze. No one in the goal square if he kicks it now. He's going to do a fancy bit of work here. It goes short. Great play, Gavin Brown. And hits Starcevic on the chest with a lovely pass.
Just starting to get the feeling that Collingwood are in control.
Well, I think it's mainly because Richmond have had plenty of the play, Don, but they get it to the half-forward line. They've just got no class forward to take over the game. 13 seconds of play before half-time. A vital kick, this one by Craig Starcevic from 35 metres, and he slams it through for a goal.
Minutes late in the second term, certainly helping Collingwood's cause and enabling them to kick away by some 24 points, 6-6-42 to Richmond, who could manage only 2 behinds in that second term, 2-6-18. Well, more often than not, a game is won in the third quarter. Was that to be the case today at Victoria Park? Let's go to the start of the third term now and find out.
6-6 to 2-6. Monkhurst up against Lee. Collingwood left of screen. Knights a high ball to centre half forward. Young, who dropped out in the second quarter after receiving a knock. Quick kick by Bannock. Lambert. And a good mark. Richardson on the ground for Collingwood, number 13, with Kerrison off, as Michael Roberts told us. Mullane had a big second term. Ryan with him. Mullane runs him round and then kicks to the spaces. And that was just the result he was after. No Collingwood players to kick it to. So 4 goals the difference. Mullane's had 10 kicks and 5 handballs. Monkhurst sets himself with Nichols, so it's a rover against the ruckman. Nichols to the pocket, Morwood and Young, and Morwood comfortably there against Young.
Good mark by Shane Morwood. Collingwood defence is a pretty tight one. We've got a good combination down there now in defence, the Magpies, with Stephen Ryan dropping the mark. And now Monkhurst will contest against Mark Lee. The ball is at half forward for Richmond. They have to get it to the other side of the ground. Very difficult from there. And Monkhurst has got a lot of tap outs today. There's Brian Lees heading for the line. Grabbed by Mullane again. He's playing very, very well. So is Dennis Banks. And that time he couldn't control it and the ball beat him over the line, but he's played very, very well. Dennis Banks, 9 kicks, 4 marks. Lee again, this time against Starcevic. Lee taps it down. Bannock was there for Richmond. Also Mitchell, well done by Mark Lee to tap it on. Mullane lost sight of it. Oh, Michael Pickering copped one across the face. That'll be a free against Mullane now, I would think, as he threw Pickering to the ground after Pickering copped one across the head. Oh, that is pathetic umpiring. It really should have gone the other way.
Well, Mullane to half forward and finds Francis. Just chips it to shore. 12 kicks, 6 handballs in the first half. Russell. Good kick. Brown. It'll come back. Russell really measured that, I thought, Don, and Brown was able to measure the mark.
My word, we've already talked about his marking ability. Gavin Brown, he had the drop on James on that occasion. That's his 5th mark for the game. Behind, look how he just lifted himself that little extra as he was in midair and launched himself off James's back.
Well, he'll be kicking from 20 metres out, directly in front.
Very accurate kick for goal, Bruce. He's only kicked 3 points this year. 14 goals, 3 is his total.
3 points today, Don. And 3 points for the year, 14 out of 17. So they'll put the pressure on him. Drop punt. Hit the post. Well, he'll be disappointed. Only 20 metres out. Goal's not easy, though. We've said that a number of times. 6-7 to 2-6. Peter McKenna still shaking his head about that Darren Mullane incident.
Well, we won't comment any further, but there's the kick to the half-back line. There's Mullane trying to punch it away. Knights. Well done by Damien Monkhurst. On to Maguire. Starcevic, beautiful teamwork. On to Darren Mullane. Mullane at half forward. Oh, great skills by Darren Mullane. Onto the left foot. Up towards Brown again. Gets bundled out of it. Here's a goal coming up. Richardson into an open goal for a major. Well, Alan Richardson's kicked his first. The Magpies going right ahead now, 7-7 to Richmond, 2-6.
Well, that was well done by Richardson. Drove the ball off the pack, running with the flight of it. He's a great trier. He's got a lot of pace. Started on interchange and has made his mark this year when he has been given the opportunity.
(49-18), and at one stage Richmond led 2-5 to 1-2.
Now Richmond set up on their forward line. They've got Hamilton and also Gale at full forward. Pickering seems to be playing at centre half forward.
Well, they need a lift from somewhere, Don, and here's Lee and Monkhurst. Shaw, quick handball by Stephen Ryan was smothered. Shaw again gets a kick away. Dacos, bad bounce. Justin Pickering, besieged by Francis. Stephen Ryan with one hand against Mullane. Knights has time to steady. Gale outnumbered about 3-1. Kelly in the front spot. Richmond able to keep the ball in though, so they did pretty well there. Russell, Gafer, Waitman, and this will be the umpires at centre half forward for Richmond. So after kicking 2 goals in about the first 16 or 17 minutes of this game, Richmond hasn't been able to score another one. Barry Young, McGuan, quick kick by Barwick, and Tommy's on the back line at the moment. Lee with courage. Mitchell, still Mitchell. He's got a lot of skill and pace, as we said, to fall forward. Hamilton, good smother though by McEwen. Still McEwen. Gale off the ground. Pretty messy there at the moment, not much happening. And Richmond with a couple of chances and not being able to take advantage of them, and they trail badly at the moment, 2-6 to 7-7.
Collingwood doing it well. The 2 umpires, Hayden Kennedy and Chris Mitchell. Lee trying to get it down to Michael Mitchell, grabbed by Russell. Russell round the boundary line. This is big Mark Lee chasing it, but it beats him over the line. But really, Collingwood's class showing out in that second quarter. More good players round the ground and a far more dangerous looking forward line. There's Monkhorst, there's Ruckwell. Well, that could have been a free kick to Collingwood. Yes, no doubt. We'll have to come back. And who is it? It's Scott Russell. He's almost on centre wing. Russell with the drop punter, wobbly one off the side of the boot. Oh, Lees is kicked out of the action. And,
should that be a free kick?
Well, I think it is. Well, Mullane kicked him out with his feet, and that puts the player out of the contest. Now, Darren's not happy about that kick, I don't think, that came down the ground, but there's no doubt about that. That's Lee getting it down. Mullane is playing a great game for Collingwood. Banks, high. Free kick to Dennis Banks, and umpire right on the scene. He's playing well, Banks.
Came on for Manson in the first quarter. And he's had 9 kicks. This will be his 10th. And he kicked that goal in the siren in the first turn that put Collingwood back within touch. Richardson in the front, Goodwin at the back. Waitman looking for a free kick, not coming. Francis tries to burrow his way through. Bannock. Can Richmond mount something from this? Turner, good mark. It was a very, very difficult one. Wright and Mitchell.
He paid it too.
It was a good mark.
Plays on quickly. Gale and Kelly. Kelly's done a good job at stopping Gale back there. Monkhurst, who's played a sweeping role. Now Knights gets rid of one tackle. Kicks to the goal square. Hamilton and McEwen back there. And it'll go out of bounds before they can reach it.
It's got no system up on their forward line, have they? They just belted away. There's Kevin Bartlett, Michael Green. Starcevic is coming off the ground. He's injured. He's damaged his leg, so they're not having any luck. The Magpies with injury. Kerrison already off. Here's Damien Monkhorst. Might have caught one in the back there. McGuan beautifully out to Kelly. That defence is very good for Collingwood. Some strong work by Banks.
Actually, that's a critical move, bringing Manson on, because I know they haven't any alternative, but Starcevic, a really good player on the forward line.
Well, the ball is on centre wing. Banks against Lee, down to Matthew Knights, and he's caught with the ball, and the umpire says holding the ball. Free kick to the Magpies, and taking it will be Scott Russell, who really has come right into this game.
Well, that's his 16th kick, Peter, so he's a big kick getter on the ground. Pickering, it'll be a free kick. So Pickering from half-back. And the Tigers still playing with enthusiasm, but no purpose just at the moment. Lambert trying to get it out to Mitchell. Now Mitchell. And the handball, he gave it up to Russell, to Richardson, to Banks. Now will he have a shot? Drop punt. Wynn gets hold of it, and it's a behind. So Dennis Banks getting plenty of touches, and Collingwood 7-8 to 2-6. Well, Kerrison's got a hamstring injury. What about Starcevic, Michael Roberts?
Well, Craig Starcevic just explaining to the doctor what happened. He went to turn left, he's wrenched his left knee and on the medial side and doesn't look too good.
Oh, that doesn't sound too good. The number of knee injuries in modern-day football, unbelievable. There's a beautiful kick by Bannock. Centre of the ground, Lees runs at it and misses it. There's Ryan cleverly to Mitchell. Now one bounce. Will he go again? Two. And he elects to kick. Should have gone again, but now the long kick. Will it bounce through for a goal? Here's a chance for Gale.
Oh.
Suckers off the ground, Brendan Gale, and it's through.
Dunstall on a lead, dives, takes the mark, sends safe.
When your mortgage depends on decisions in Canberra, you worry about the price of the dollar and the continuing fallout from Chernobyl. When you live this close to the world and the world lives this close to you, everything is local news. 7 Nightly News with Jennifer Kite. Weeknights at...
We'll have a big game still here. Collingwood taking control late in the second quarter. Waitman's handball intercepted by Bale, who's playing at half-back. Loves to run with it. Second bounce. Drop punt to centre half forward, Justin Pickering. It was in the right spot. It was a strong kick by Barwick into the teeth of the breeze, but unfortunately for him, not a forward in sight. Pickering goes wide, safe enough. Ryan, half-back, now forced to play on. Tony free, left foot, centre wing, Monkhurst the best spot. Lee gets into his back, and it'll be advantage played, and it goes to McGuan.
McGuan, sorry, Bruce finds Russell. Oh, he's really come into the game. He's playing well. Scott Russell, a high floater to half forward. Oh, Dacos went in after it. Grabbed by Richardson. Richardson up in front of goal. Brown against James. Well done, Stephen James. Punches it to the line. Grabbed by Darren Mullane. Onto the left foot. Hooks at goal. Great attempt by the Collingwood champ, but he's missed. But having a great day again, Mullane. 7-9, plays 3-6. This is Bannock, who's been kicking him beautifully from fullback.
They've had 7 goal kickers, Collingwood. Nobody in double figures yet. All on single figures.
And here's Bannock bringing it straight up the centre of the ground. Lee at the back. Oh, beautiful punch away. Finds Richardson onto Russell. Russell hooking it back at the goals. Yes, great goal, Scott Russell. Well, the Magpies reply, easy as you like. 8-9 Collingwood, Richmond remain on 3-6.
Well, at least they're keeping their record intact. I said there were 7 individual goal kickers. Now there's 8. Scott Russell registering his goal. And he has had an incredible game. 18 kicks and 5 handballs, 23 possessions.
57 to 24, 8-9, 3-6. Monkhurst comfortably. Francis. No free kick paid. McGuan couldn't get his kick away. Waitman. It's a pretty heavy going free kick to Turner. And will it be 50 metres?
Yep, I think so.
No, not paid. So Gale in a bit of trouble there.
It looked as if he was holding his shin. So he might have got a decent whack on the shin, but they do hurt, don't they, Peter? Those kicks on the shin. A lot of guys do wear protective shin pads.
Turner from half-back. to centre half forward. Lee comfortably, well, should have been. There was no opposition. Tapped out by Manson. Knights. Quick handball to Barwick. Barwick with some strength there. Brown. Oh, beauty. Glorious mark. And Barwick really has some power on the leg, doesn't he?
That's a great kick.
It was a
beautiful kick.
Splendid kick, and Brown took a fingertip up.
He hasn't kicked a goal yet, Brown, but what a good mark he takes here.
Well, you'd back him from here, Don. He's 10 metres out, drop punt, and he's got his first. 9-9-3-6.
Well, he's coming back from injury. Gavin Brown playing at full forward. Last year's best and fairest at Collingwood. A man with undoubted courage, and what a good kick there from Barwick. That's right on the edge of the square. It's gone every bit of 60 metres. And a good mark. You couldn't criticise James on that occasion. The ball just had too much carry.
Well, that was a great kick by Barwick, and one of the longest kicks in the game. Doug Barwick, former Fitzroy player. There's Gavin Brown, and just be a little bit wary today, coming back from a hamstring injury. Stephen James doing a fair job down there. But again, Don Scott will be pleased because there's 9 individual goal kickers now, Don.
Well, that's right. Richmond have pulled another change. Mitchell has gone onto the ball and Nichols onto the wing.
Well, the Magpies lead by 6-3. So that's a big margin now. And Richmond getting well beaten at the moment. Here's a chance for Trent Nichols, who went out of it in the second quarter. Jamie Turner marks that quick kick at half-back. Immediately plays on. He's going wide. Mullane. Oh, beautiful shepherding. Mullane runs to half-forward. Gavin Brown on the lead. Can't quite get the hoist stick of his hamstring that time. You could bet on that. He's bundled off the ball. And normally would have marked that ball, Brown. Well done by Banks. Over the top to Gavin Brown. Inside to Richardson. Oh, free kick. Pops one high on the head. You can't argue about that one. It was a definite free kick.
I wonder if that was an evener up, because if we go to the outer wing, Waitman was felled by Francis. If you remember that heavy shepherd when Mullane was bursting down that outer wing. And that was a really crude effort by Mark Lee. I realised that Alan Richardson a little smaller, but still a crude effort.
Well, it could cost them a goal, because Richardson will kick from 35 metres, allows for the breeze. Will it come back? It's close. Just missed. It actually was a pretty good kick, but the breeze just didn't bring it back enough. 9-10 that Collingwood have moved on to, playing very, very well at the moment. The Magpies, Richmond 3-6. David Cloak about to come on the ground. I'd have him on more often, I think.
Bannock short, and what about that? Well, how many times have you seen that happen, Don?
Oh.
Well, Gavin Brown, the man standing the mark, and Bannock went to go short to Bauer, and Brown chipped in, and he's really going to make Bannock feel pretty poorly if he slams this one back over his head for a goal. And he has put it through.
How do you make a great Australian even greater?
More meat, less pastry.
4 and 20. Now with more meat, less pastry, so they taste even better. 4 and 20. A great Australian taste.
This car is not insured.
Struth, where did you come from?
Nothing I could do.
Not too much damage.
Lucky, eh?
Yeah.
If you don't think your car is worth insuring, at least insure for the damage your car could cause. So, ask about AAMI's third-party property policy for only $100.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Ever been called love? After paying for your car to be fixed, not knowing if it's done properly, then treated like a nitwit? Well, not anymore. I found UltraTune. They do everything, from brakes to EFI servicing. I get a written report, national warranty, and a fixed price up front. I'll be back, and you will too when you discover the good things about UltraTune.
We get it right, guaranteed.
We get it right, guaranteed.
They've won me.
The one, the only, the biggest and the best.
Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy. Critics and crowds are calling it fabulous, fantastic and fun.
Really exciting.
It's really good. Wonderful.
Brilliant.
It's great.
Thoroughly enjoyable. Very entertaining.
Fabulous, fabulous.
Very good.
Go and see it. Loved it. Recommend it for anyone.
Excellent. Very colourful.
It was fantastic.
More action, more laughs, more loving, and all the big screen thrills of the year's blockbuster movie hit.
Dick Tracy.
See it now.
The race is on, the pace is set. The city of Melbourne is a good bet. We're cleaning up, we're putting in, we're planning for, we're out to win. We're finely tuned, we're running smooth, we're on the mark, we're there with you.
Well, Dipper, what would you recommend?
Ah, the house special. Quattro Eventi.
Quattro what?
Tender piping hot meat, bathed in a delicately spiced, exquisite gravy, lovingly moulded and encased in a golden pastry envelope.
It's truth.
Sounds delicious.
For four?
Fine.
No worries. More 4 and 20s, Maestro. Going right up. Quattro Eventi.
4 and 20. Ripper, dipper. Oi. Can we see the beer list?
No worries.
4 and 20. The great Australian taste.
Well, Dale Waitman, who was shepherded heavily by Tony Francis a couple of minutes ago, remonstrating with that player. There's Francis and Waitman. I think we'll see something go on in a moment.
Please let one go then.
Up towards half forward. Here's Morwood. The game will probably live it up now. I would think there's Morwood. Beautifully done to Graham Wright. Good skills on the left foot. Well done, Richardson. Tremendous play by Alan Richardson. On to Banks. Banks to half forward. Here's Brown. Can't take the mark. He's danger because Dacos has got it. Swings around onto the right foot. Vintage Dacos. Great kick. Oh, that deserved a goal. That was classical play by Peter Dacos.
10-11 to 3-6. It really was exciting. Deserves 6, not 1 point. Now, Bannock, I reckon, might go long here. He does. Straight down the ground. Shaw almost a fingertipper. Manson. He's awkward, but he's effective. Banks, Knights, Waitman. Richmond have the numbers.
Oh, did you see that one, Don?
You can disguise it, can't you?
It was a good punch at the ball then by Dale Waitman.
Bit of experience, you reckon,
Experience.
Tap away by Monkhurst. Shaw over the top of it. Goodwin off the ground. With him, Bauer. And it's out of bounds on the full, so pretty poor effort there by Bauer. Not easy under pressure, but he should have done better. Dacos, too far out to score, goes short to McGuan. And suddenly this game's opened up for Collingwood. They're really building. Nick McGuan has that stare on his face. Centre half forward, Manson. Well, it took a while to get to him, but Andy Goodwin took that little bit longer to get to Manson.
At least they're working it across the ground, Collingwood. Now Manson has got to aim for the left-hand side point post, because if he lines up in line with the goals, the ball will carry to the right.
But he's 40 metres out, directly in front. Awkward style, and that's not going to make it. Brown in the front spot. Richardson snap, smothered. And I think James pretty happy to see it go over the line. So Richmond 3-6, Collingwood 10-11. This has been an impressive performance by Collingwood. Cementing second spot, that's what they're after. Banks. And that one will be a Richmond kick to James. So the Tigers really looking down the barrel.
Well, Dennis Banks seems to have a new lease of life. I've seen him play a couple of terrific games this year and really moving well. And in fact, at the start of the year, his future was in doubt with a neck injury. Here's Monkhorst. Couldn't quite take the mark. One of these Richmond players who did so well earlier, gone right out of it. There's Justin Pickering. He's gone wide. Oh, well done, Darren Mullane. He was the only one who really wanted that ball then as he kicks in front of goal. Up the ground. Here's Dacos. Step to goal. Yes! Oh, great play, Peter Dacos.
Today's match is part of the CUB AFL 1990 Premiership season.
The Magpies going on to record a strong win, 101-42. Peter Dacos kicked 4 and Brown 3 for Collingwood, and all singles in that Richmond tally of just 5 goals. And in the other game played today, North Melbourne thrashing a very, very disappointing Sydney. 18-23, look at that, 131. Sydney could manage just 5 goals, 11, a total of 41.
Time now.
Made more of the opportunities by virtue of the fact their running players have created more opportunities. I think they're running through the centre, and I suspect their following division is marginally on top, and they look good. You know, there are a couple of opportunities.
I think that's true, Sam. Although they've kicked with the breeze, they seem to have a little bit more system. They're a bit more fluent, aren't they? And a bit more creative, in fact, with the ball. Like Sal's there to Walsh. They just seem to be thinking their game a little bit thinking their game a little bit better than Springvale.
And the other thing, of course, I think significant, Phil, is the fact that Springvale's height. We know they're a very strong marking side, and in these tricky conditions, it hasn't been the pronounced factor that it normally is.
Exactly.
And Werribee's smaller brigade, you know, are starting to take stamp their effect on the game.
And Robinson not playing too. He always.
Those have been awarded the man of the match. Let's find out who it is. I won't mention that.
Well, the man of the match is Darryl Radcliffe, and Robbie Vranick from Wards Express to award him the tankard.
Congratulations, Darryl. Thanks, Robbie. On a great game. On behalf of Wards Express, I'd like to present you with the Wards Express Man of the Match award.
Thank you, Red. Thanks very much. Really appreciate that. Terrific. Your game on Atkins in the last half, a great stopper game, and lots of possessions to you too.
Yeah, just had to work hard to try and stop him getting a kick. It's pretty difficult. Really thank all the boys for working, worked hard to make my job easy. Last week, we'll make a special mention that we got well and truly beat by Port Melbourne, and they deserve to thrash us. This week we lift ourselves for that very reason, so hopefully we'll kick on for the year, yeah.
And is this the best when you've been involved with it, Werribee?
Most definitely, yeah.
And you reckon you can make the 5 from here on in?
Well, that's our aim, yeah. That's our aim.
Well done, Darryl. Great game from Darryl Radcliffe. And Leon, we might have a quick word with Leon. Perhaps you might have to stay on the bench, Leon.
Yeah, it's better. I can walk after the game, so it's great. No, it's fantastic. It's been a disappointing week after last week. Port Melbourne played exceptionally well, and we did struggle, but the guys, they stuck together. They were meeting themselves on last night, and just all happened today, and they just put in 100%, which is fantastic.
And it's harder on the bench, is it, than on the ground?
Well,
As the West Coast Eagles come up against Collingwood at Victoria Park, a ground at which they've never won. The Magpies, however, have won their last 6, last going down by 2 points to Hawthorn way back in round 7. And at Moorabbin, 5th place St Kilda faced a danger game from improving Footscray, out of the 5 only on percentage, and who last week accounted for reigning premiers Hawthorn at VFL Park. Round 14.
Front. The Saints 3 points behind, both teams playing for a place in the 5. High tackle on Wallace, free kick. David Grant off for St Kilda, and Doug Hawkins has come back on for Footscray. Eppleton after the handball with a long one. Grant and Frawley. Pekin besieged as they've been so often. Delray with some strength, and his kick for goal is a good one. It could be a telling blow.
At that early in the 3rd term. Kitchke knocks it St Kilda's way. Cameron left it behind. Harris upended. In head first was Nixon, and we've got a whistle. An awkward one. Pekin left it behind. Charles went down. Liberatore got it to Foster. Hurried kick towards centre wing. Del Rey again. Untidy hand pass. Royal has played well. Not that time. Devonport runs it across the boundary line. The tackling has been ferocious. Two sides with finals aspirations have really gone at it tough today. Charles and Kishke. One down by Charles. Liberatore smartly across to Royal. Long kick towards centre half forward. Opportunity now for Rice to give it to Harding. That was timely. Back it comes to Rice. Long kick towards centre half forward. Foster was up and got it down to Hunter.
He did very well to get it to Wallace and then got it back from the 1-2. Long kick there by Hunter to half forward. And Harding takes an excellent mark against Coleman, who's been the best big man on the ground today, Coleman. Russo, big kick getter. 16th kick into the centre. Daniels. Bowie. To the goal square. It sits. Kennedy should get it. And it's out of bounds. So Bowie hoping for some run there, but this ground pretty soft. And the ball not going to run away from too many players. 69-60. As Dennis said, the biggest margin today, 16 points for Footscray in the third term. But it's really been nip and tuck all day. Liberatore to Foster, who's been a star. Cameron. Foster works for him outside of him. So does Liberatore. It's a good handball. Touches the ground. Left foot, not good. Burke should take it, and he does against Collingwood. And so Burke with a little one to Bowie.
Bowie, the defensive side of centre wing, to Arnold. Goes for distance, inside 50, lows the target, fisted away, taken by Harvey. This is Harris, outside 50, kicks it very high. It's all Footscray down there. Hunter has paid the free kick. Mark Hunter, just up from the kickoff line, short to Atkins. This is Hogg. Right half back towards centre wing. Delray. Laurie slipped over. Delray hard against the boundary line, pulls it back, intended for Grant. Crashing in from the side was Harding. Great courage again in evidence from all players. Royal keeps it going Footscray's way. Collinook is in there now. Harding crashes in once more, and Collinook...
The Woods only percentage away from top spot. The Eagles merely 0.1 of 1% away from third place. The odds certainly favoured the Magpies. They'd never been beaten at the Park by the West Coast, who on their two previous outings there had gone down by 49 and 39 points. Nonetheless, following their systematic demolition, I think we could say, of Fitzroy last Sunday, they named an unchanged side this afternoon, while Christian and Tuddenham came in for Kerrison and Starcevich for Collingwood. Our commentators are Drew Morfitt, Ian Robertson and Don Scott, and we pick up play with 18 minutes remaining in the second quarter.
We're about 7 or 8 minutes into the term. Irving gets the position to punch it away. Now he kicks it off the ground. Who's there? Tony Shaw, Scott Russell, both of their very, very good possession gatherers. Rance is bucked out of it. Here's the mercurial Peter Dacos. If he kicks a goal here, the crowd will go berserk. Great stuff by Dacos, who gets his 4th goal for the day. He's kicked 55 for the season.
And he's only 1 goal off leading this goal-kicking ladder, because on top of the ladder at the moment is Peter Sumik with 56. He's yet to kick a goal, and Dacos only 1 behind. So we've got the 2 leading goal kickers in the AFL, both playing at opposite ends of the ground.
Centre bounce. Collingwood get first touch, but they don't come out with the ball. Wright's been knocked down behind play. Now Shaw puts the pass wide. Richardson on the run. Too slow. Kent gets him. Well played by Dean Kent. Back to Lamb. Richardson a high tackle, and the free kick to Lamb. Where would the Pies be without Dacos, who's kicked 4 goals 2 in the total score of 4 goals 5? The ball's out of bounds at centre wing.
That was a magic goal, the last one he kicked, bringing it over his left shoulder, running away from goal. Real class.
He's had 1 opponent moved off him already. That was Lamb. Dacos, 3 marks, 7 kicks, 1 handball, 4 goals 2.
Boundary thrown in centre wing. Malaxos, handball over the top. Kemper's bustled out of it. Richardson back for Collingwood. Good kick. Gayfer drops a sitter and then can't control it. Oh, a little bit anxious was Heady. And lucky to get away with that. The Magpie crowd down here in front of us, well, they'd be 98% of the whole crowd, I would think. And it's a pretty good one here at Victoria Park. There's Gayfer going down. Heady over the top. The boundary throw in. Malaxos can't get it out. Francis may be able to. Back it goes to Malaxos. Handball goes wider to Ugle. Ugle onto the right foot. Kicks it to centre half forward. No one back for the Eagles. Kelly. Morwood. Oh, look at this Collingwood machine. Banks. Handball wider to Turner. Turner runs onto it nicely. The bounce was kind to him. The kick into centre half forward. McKenna gets back and takes the mark for the Eagles at half back.
And Tuddenham on for Collingwood and going off Alan Richardson.
50-metre penalty. Collingwood fans not happy. Umpire obviously not happy with the Collingwood player on the mark, Dacos, not coming back when he was asked to. McKenna goes for the hand pass. Oh, tackle Dacos, brilliant. And he gets the free kick. Well, when you chat the umpire, usually you don't get too many free kicks soon after, but this went in favour of Dacos. The kick up towards half forward. Tony Shaw, look goal. Left foot kick, and he does.
Park now, still in the second quarter, 7.5 minutes remaining in the term. The Magpies leading by 2 points.
Kick in, goes straight up the field. Very, very risky by Brennan. And really hard up against Christian. Christian, too tall, takes the mark. It's Dwayne Lamb, actually, that Christian took the mark over. And from centre half forward, Christian a real chance with the breeze at his back.
He's only kicked 1 goal this year. 1 goal, 5. Michael Christian. Could this be his second?
Drop punt kick is very close. It's a goal. So the mistake by Brennan gave Christian the chance, and he kicked Collingwood's 6th goal. Collingwood 6-6 lead the Eagles 5-4.
Well, I've been very impressed with Christian. I've been impressed with the fact of how high he can actually jump. He's got a particularly good leap, especially when he's contesting those boundary throw-ins. On that occasion, he used his spring. He's in a better position than Lamb, but still a very good mark. Well chopped out.
Eight-point lead now to the Pies, and they still have nearly 7 minutes left with the breeze in this quarter. Eagles go forward. Wilson works the hand pass clear, but there's nobody there for the Eagles. Gayfer and McEwen muck it up between them. Or Gayfer goes for the boundary line, and they were lucky to get out of that.
It's an interesting one about free kicks being given against players for forcing the ball out with no intention of doing something with it. Gayfer, could he have been penalised there?
Actually, I thought he might have been trying to rush it behind and just missed the score, but got it out of bounds. Heady a tap. Hart slips the tackle, keeps it in. Centering kick marked by Turner. Free kicks are interesting. 14-8 in favour of Collingwood.
Jamie Turner, who usually gathers quite a few possessions across that full-back line. Beautiful kick out towards centre wing. No mark taken. Eagles will gather at the back. It's Kemp again. Kick is not bad. It's floating a little bit away, but a great diving attempt. Gee, that could have been paid, couldn't it?
Oh, surely that could.
Turley.
But he controlled that to ground, Turley.
Boundary throw in about 60 metres from the Eagles' goal. Opportunity for them. Turley chipping in there was Tuddenham. Pushes it to the advantage of Wright. Wright's kick is a beauty. Inside 50 metres. McKenna. Good recovery by that player and good shepherding there by Irving. Gives McKenna the chance. The left foot kick. 2-on-1. Wilson over the top. Gayfer takes the mark. Gayfer plays on quickly. Gives the hand pass wider. Mullane, beautiful tackle by Wilson. Gayfer, handball over the top. Out wider is Wright. Wright short kick finds Tuddenham. Will he play on? No, he won't. He'll go back and take a set shot from just inside 50.
This is going to be a hard kick for Tuddenham because the breeze blowing over his left shoulder. They'd have to start the ball or bring the ball from left to right. If it just kicks straight at the goal, it could carry over the boundary line.
Good goal kicker for Collingwood over the years is Paul Tuddenham. Sets it up. Breeze not quite strong enough. Eagles hurry it through for a rushed behind. Scoreline, Collingwood 6-7, 43. West Coast 5-4, 34.
Hart, who's kicked the Eagles' only goal this quarter, kicking in from full back. In great distance, about 60 metres into the breeze. Monkhurst, Morwood, backs up on the forward line. McGuan puts it out wide for Dacos. Malaxos goes to ground. Punches on, and it goes out just on the 50. Still a real contest. Collingwood leading by 9 points, and we have just under 4 minutes left to half-time. Irving and Christian demonstrating that leap at boundary throw-ins. Rance back to McKenna, round the corner he goes, gains about 15 metres, the ball out again.
Just looking further up the ground, Monkhorst playing that man behind play, kick behind play. He's Langdon at centre half forward's got to come up. He'll drag his man up, who is Banks, but they must pick up Monkhorst.
154 possessions to Collingwood, 121 to the Eagles. Morwood, another possession for Collingwood, and it's a goal. Shane Morwood, number 7 for Collingwood, kicks his first goal for the afternoon, coming down from the back line. Collingwood get a little bit of a lead here, 15 points, 7-7 to 5-4.
And actually, it might be his first goal for the afternoon, but also his first goal for the year, Shane Morwood. And when he plays well, Collingwood play well. When he was out last year through injury, Collingwood didn't play well at all.
Last couple of goals vital for the Magpies, and they stretch the lead to 15 points now. Irving at the second attempt. Past Lewis it goes. Oh, great stuff by Kelly. Out to Russell. He loses it to his opponent Malaxos, who now leaves it for Lamb. Back to Malaxos. Treads out the hand pass to Wilson. Ducks a high tackle. And it goes against Francis. Free kick to Peter Wilson. Ball holds up and drops short of Sumich. Punch down to the front. Heady, good take. Lewis. Back to Lamb. Struggles with his left footer. Turner there for Collingwood. Sumich over the top. The hand pass comes in, and Bremen on the run. Misses.
He should have kicked that.
Usually is a very reliable kick trot, Bremen. And they work really hard to bring that in. I think Wilson should have brought the ball across more to the right-hand side of the ground instead of going into that pocket. They were lucky to get away with that. The West Coast.
Don't know whether we've mentioned it, but Shane Morwood is playing his 150th AFL game today. The player who kicked Collingwood's last goal. Ball comes back to Wilson. Wilson's kicked to half forward, no mark. There's that 150 game player, Shane Morwood. Russell, wider hand pass, Banks. Banks gives it on to Mullane. Mullane at half back. Kicks it towards centre wing. Barwick can't mark. Taken away by Hart. Sure ball handling by the Eagles player. Kick to half forward. Collingwood mark to Monkhorst, who's playing a terrific game in the ruck for his side.
And Bremen off the ground and Jackson coming on. I wonder if Bremen's gone off because of the fact he missed that goal.
Oh, strong play by Kelly. Tutton dispossessed, but he's held when he didn't have it. And Paul Tutton will take the free kick for Collingwood. Jackson on the mark? No. Tutton runs on, kicks it to within scoring distance for the Magpies. Christian, there's a goal coming up. Dacos will get it. Oh, brilliant play. Peter Dacos, 5 goals, 2. Collingwood 8-7, West Coast 5-5.
Oh, what an afternoon he's having, Dacos. He ran onto that ball there. He's finishing off is particularly good, but it's Christian who initiates this play. The pack fly, Christian playing on quickly, and Dacos running onto the ball. Getting away from McKenna.
The Eagles without a ruckman at the centre bounce. Irving had come off, spot on, but didn't have time to get in there. Lamb. Shaw's been quiet for the last 5 minutes. Thumps it forward again. Brown comes to the back. McKenna goes wide to Worsfold. Around the corner, on the bounce to Kemp. Wright pressures him into Brennan, into Scott rather. Ball's flipped on, there was a push out. It's coming back to McGuan. Collingwood free kick. Free kick 16-9. Well delivered and taken by Tony Francis. First season in the AFL from South Australia. Francis wide for Brown, but didn't reach him. Ugle marks.
Brown really being shut out of the play back there at full forward for Collingwood. It's their only bad move so far in their game. The kick comes into Malaxos, defensive side of centre. Malaxos has had 13 possessions. Elects to come to this members side. Not known for his long kicking, but this is not bad. Wider, Sumich can't mark. Turley, handball to Wilson. Wilson gathers, but he's tackled. Gets his kick away. Langdon hasn't had much of the football. Banks goes back, gathers nicely. Handball McEwen. He's caught. Eagles are a chance. Langdon. Handball. Lamb. Can't control the football. Narkle. Siren sounds. Half-time at Victoria Park. And Collingwood have a handy advantage of 20 points. Collingwood 8-7-55. West Coast 5-5-35. And there's a blue on as the players take a break, or do they? Darren Mullane, Carl Langdon, Phil Narkle, Chris Lewis. Like to join in the commentary, Don. Ringside of the wrestlers.
A lot of pushing and shoving going on, but you can also see what these players do with their hands when they go up in the vicinity of the face. We had eye gouging a couple of years ago, and there was a spate of that, but it's quite interesting what the players do in those close encounters. Tony Shaw mouthing off.
The Eagles needed something with the wind in the third quarter.
So the third quarter about to start here at Victoria Park. Collingwood have a 20-point advantage at the moment. Monkhurst pulled off it. Hart punches it towards Ugle. Taken out of it. Barwick. Mullane strong. Round onto the right foot. He kicks it across his body towards half forward. Getting back was Rance. He fumbled badly. Dacos the tackler for Collingwood. Umpire calls for a bounce.
Whether they made the change at half-time or second quarter, but Peter Wilson is now on Darren Mullane on the wing, and John Worsfold is picking up Paul Tuddenham on the half-back or half-forward flank.
Right on the 50-metre line, the bounce. Scott over the top, but the tap-out gained by Christian. Russell gets a hand pass. Chipping in was Lamb. Kick back towards the wing. Mark taken by Mullane. Darren Mullane. 18th possession. Kick to half forward. Mark to Kelly. Kelly's hand pass to Wright. Collingwood mounting something. Wright's kick is good. Barwick marks. I would think well within scoring distance. Doug Barwick, who we mentioned in the first quarter was a really good kick of the football, and he let us down a little bit kicking the ball to the left, so the breeze obviously blowing very strong out from the goals to which he's kicking. Beautiful kick by Barwick. He makes no mistake this time. He kicks his first. Collingwood get their ninth. The Magpies 9-7-61. West Coast 5-5-35.
It's funny how you get a guy in the gun. You mentioned about Stephen Jackson. Well, it was Jackson's man, Craig Kelly, who went up the ground and started and initiated that particular move. And incidentally, Jackson's gone straight off the ground and on comes Irving. So the coach's bench or box must think as the commentators do.
Back in the centre. Monkhurst wins, but it comes to Malaxos. No distance with that kick. Irving just back on the ground. Should have gobbled that one. Kelly delayed the hand pass out to Wright. And Wright will take a free kick. No advantage there. It's got to come back to Graham Wright. Keeps it low into the breeze. Ugly looking kick. Diving mark by Wilson. Well, that'd be a body blow to the Eagles to have the first goal of the quarter kicked against them into the wind. A shocker by Wilson to Barwick. Barwick measures off the pass. And Brown marks low down. Maybe too far out to score. He's got nobody in the goal square, so his only option is to go for goal. He's waiting for Christian to get up there.
That was a great kick by Barwick. Great kick because Brown, he just put it in the hole, and Brown was able to lead there in confidence because the rest of the Collingwood forwards were further up the ground.
Distance 45 metres. Maybe some protection from the stand. Oh, it's coming back a long way. And got pretty close to the goalpost eventually. When it started off, it looked as though it was going to be in the bar and the social club.
You sounded as though you wanted to get a bet on there in running.
I've never seen a ball move like that.
Didn't it?
I was calling it out of bounds for sure.
McKenna's kick to the outer side, gathers good distance, punched back by Collingwood. Worsfold, over the top was Dacos. Umpire calls for a boundary throw-in. Peter Dacos, gee, what a player he is. He's kicked 5 goals too, out of that Collingwood scoreline of 9-8. Kemp, tackled by Francis, is pretty effective. There was no way known that Kemp was going anywhere, and Francis very, very disappointed. The umpire has a chat to the Collingwood Rover, and good play there by Tony Shaw and Graham Wright. You're not going to win, Tony Francis. Just get on with the game, because the umpire has the last say. Bounce on the 50-metre line. Christian gets it down towards Francis. He dives on it. Oh, held when he didn't have it. And he gets the free kick. And again, the umpire, just seeing it as it happens, Tony Francis, outside 50 metres, kicks it to within scoring distance for the Pies. Opportunity for Brown. He spins out of it. Hook kick is just offline. 3 behinds to the Collingwood full forward, Gavin Brown. And we had lunch with Brian Taylor. He'd have a big job trying to force his way back into this Collingwood side, BT.
It'll be tough, serving 5 weeks at the moment. Kick into centre half back. Irving takes the mark. Straight down the ground. Irving's kick down to half forward. Turley, spoiled by McGuan, running onto it. Scott treads the hand pass out beautifully. Comes back to Scott. Little one from Narkle. Collingwood have the numbers back there in defence. Sumich has hardly had a touch. Morwood. Great pass to Mullane. Peter Sumich, 1 mark, 2 handballs, or 2 kicks. Now McGuan, only at half back. It's a pretty blocked up centre wing area. Rance in front, almost dragged it down. Oh, the umpire paid the mark. Oh, it's courageous right in front of the Collingwood stand.
Murray Rance for the Eagles. Kicks it well over their centre line area. Punched away by Collingwood. Francis. Kemp, who's doing well. Heady, who hasn't really been as constructive a player as he has been in the past. Collingwood get it out through Turner. The kick across his body is not all that effective. Tuddenham from behind Worsfold, but Worsfold with determination written all over his face. Russell chips in, takes it away from the West Coast Eagles player Worsfold. The kick close to the line, and it's taken over. No, it's on the full, so the kick will go to the Eagles, to be taken back there by Guy McKenna. McKenna goes short. Malaxos takes the mark about 25 metres further afield from where McKenna kicked the ball. Malaxos' kick into the centre. No mark taken. Tony Shaw. Lewis off the ground. Langdon at clean bowls him. Lewis is there. Shaw late on the scene. Collingwood player at the bottom of it is Banks. And he's done a pretty good job on Langdon as Dennis Banks.
Huge pack around this. Monkhurst a touch. Comes to Kemp. Beats Banks. Around the corner. Narkle, good gather. Feeds out the hand pass. Drops short of Turley. Shaw to McGuan. Gafer. Oh, that's great backing up by Collingwood in defence. Kelly. Straight down the ground to Bowie. Punch by Ugle. Goes to Kemp, who's been prominent this quarter. Bowled over in the tackle. Collingwood players want a hole in the ball decision. It's not forthcoming. They're baller.
Been pretty consistent. Kemp, hasn't he? 6 marks, 14 kicks and 4 hand passes.
Well, Kemp and Heady, the 2 Subiaco players, have been fantastic acquisitions this year.
Banks, hand pass over the top right. Runs across the ground after 2 bounces, or nearly made something. Wilson nearly interfered with the hand pass, but Wright was able to get it clear. Barwick up to 50 metres. Barwick goes bang with a bomb up to the goal square. Dacos back there on the line. Oh, that's a free kick surely to Brown.
And sign's not good for West Coast, because on that occasion there were 4 Collingwood guys when that ball was handballed by Wright. And finished up with Barwick. And there
Brown goes to get around. Now he does, and kicks a miraculous goal. Well, Gavin Brown, I dip my lip to you, because that was just scintillating stuff. Hemmed in on the boundary line. He kicks Collingwood's 10th.
Well, he got himself into trouble on that occasion, Brown, and he got himself out. Here he is, he endeavours to play on. one, and then goes a good check side kick, his first goal.
Well, Collingwood have 2 goals after the Eagles scored the first in this quarter, and it's a big break now. 2 goals into the breeze. He goes Russell out of the middle. He's had a great battle with Malaxos. The paddle comes to right. Collingwood running rampant at the moment. Barwick ducks back into trouble. Too fast for right. Christian shrugs the tackle. Wilson's back there in defence. Paddles it wide. 3-1 in favour of Collingwood. Oh, Francis with toe got to the front. The ball finishes up out, but the Collingwood fans will love Francis for that.
Free kick through to Francis, I would think. And it was desperation, wasn't it, that won the ball for him?
That was brilliant. 60 metres out. Centering kick. Christian, one hand not enough, down to Lamb. Lamb's kick out wide, looking for Heady. Puts it out in front of that player. Gaffer has played a top game today and runs Heady out of bounds. He's done particularly well. And Mick Gaffer, 12 possessions. Normally he's a player who does his job without seeing the footy a lot, but he's had a lot today.
Drew, they're very disciplined, the Collingwood defence, and they work extremely well as a unit. Monkhurst pinched from him by Malaxos. The kick towards centre-half forward, nearly a mark to Kelly. Running onto it, Shane Maud, tackled by Narkle. Ball runs free to the back, Lewis. Lewis's shot is wide.
Really didn't lift his head on that occasion, Lewis. When he went, he could have centred the ball because Sumik was on a lead going up the centre of the ground. All he did was blaze away. He could have screwed it back. Sumik was in front of McEwen on that occasion.
And Sumik went absolutely berserk at Chris Lewis for not looking. And you mentioned that Sumik hasn't had much of the football, Don, but gee whiz, they haven't even looked at giving him the ball in any real fashion. The kick by McEwen goes out towards half-back. Mullane, lovely hand pass, right. Always looking to run with the football is Graham Wright. 3 bounces, a little bit anxious. He could be run down. He gets his foot to the ball and it's thumped over by Rance on Christian. The boundary throw in left half forward for Collingwood. And they've run it nicely into the wind, haven't they?
That's a great way to move it into the wind. Back out of bounds. But Collingwood looking very dangerous at the moment, leading by 33 points and outscoring the Eagles into the breeze in this quarter. Francis, he got toe off the mark. Beats them all. Centering kick is good. Too far out in front of Brown. 35 metres from goal. Losing ground. Losing a bit more. Mullane outside 50. Cornered by Ugle. Gets around Ugle and Wilson. Mullane for goal. A sensational kick.
Today's match is part of the CUB AFL 1990 Premiership season.
Here's a great goal that by Darren Mullane. He finished up with 3. Peter Dacos was Collingwood's major contributor. He got 6, 5 of those before half-time. And for the West Coast Eagles, it was Jackson 3 and Turley 2. No reports, and 23,596 saw the action at Victoria Park.
Time now to check the CUB AFL Premiership season league ladder.
And it's looking pretty interesting too. 3 other results today.
Grace on Friday night. He was playing on Stephen James. There's Stephen James running down the ground by himself. No pressure from Caton. Caton wasn't getting a kick on the forward line, but he just let James run down the ground and do as he liked.
Bernie, aren't we getting away from the fact that these guys are just totally undisciplined?
Well, I think that's probably right too, Robbo, because Zanotti was taken off the ground at one stage, and he spoke.
Bit of a story there about Zanotti too. Have you heard that he was throwing telephones around?
That's what I was. Yeah, that's the point I was going to get to. He was actually speaking to Norm Dare, and apparently Michael Roberts was down there, and what he was saying to the coach was absolutely disgraceful. And if you've got that sort of thing going through the side, well, you've got no chance whatsoever.
Bernie, what about Richmond? Now they've won 5 of their last 7.
To offset Hawthorn in any way, or was it just purely form? Well, I can't understand Flanagan, who obviously must be injured because he sat on the bench. They're short of big men. They've got Stoneham, Flanagan and Brownless, if you consider Brownless a big man. And yet they changed off the bench as far as ruckman go. It just seemed a little bit strange to me, and I think that there are a lot of people in Geelong asking the questions about that, and as much as Couch too, because he moved Couch out of the centre, although Schwab was beating him quite comfortably. I'll say that.
Isn't that a good reason to move him?
Where, Ron, if you want to move him, you take him off, don't you? And get the tag from him.
To take a little bit of pressure off Blighty,
right.
Surely over the last 10 or 15 years, it's been the side that's gone through without too many injuries.
That's right.
Two guys that weren't there at the start of the year were Boss,
and
who knitted that defence together quite well. And Bairstow used to get the ball about 32 times a game.
And Hughes is the biggest rover
one of the best little ball getters of all time.
Look, we appreciate all that, but you still want to do more with the team.
Very lucky. That's why. Well, I suppose I'm looking at this in a positive way. The fact that I suppose it was gone quite a few years ago, and every game I've played has been a bonus.
Carter will long be remembered by his teammates and opponents alike. His sportsmanship was never more evident than when playing Hawthorn, and all he wanted to do was shake hands with opponent James Morrissey at the start of the game. Somehow, I think Jamie thought there was an ulterior motive. Rocket, as he is affectionately known, leaves the game with many fond memories. And one has to be that unforgettable day when, after more than 200 senior games, he finally put the goal umpire to work.
A hand pass coming over the card, and the tilt could kick a goal from here. He has.
Played 215 games without kicking a goal, and it'll most probably stand for a few years, that record, I'd say.
Carter started this season needing 14 games to achieve his dream. But after only 4, a groin injury put a spanner in the works. He came back through the 2s, but time was against him. Missing senior selection last week made the dream impossible this year. And while Carter can leave the game with his head held high, one is left wondering what has happened to loyalty, not from the player, from the club. Rocket, well played.
Sandy Roberts' report there as Rod...
Goal of the Year award is brought to you by BP. On the move.
He's tuned in.
Young Dale kicking here. Now, what's his educated foot? You don't get quite a terrific view of it there, but believe me, he made the ball talk.
It's good to have an intelligent foot, isn't it? But the next one we got here is still at the Subiaco Oval with Carl Langdon. A good individual effort here by Langdon. Couple of bounces. Not a lot of pressure put on him, but he finishes off well.
Very, very good. And here's the intelligent magician again, bending the ball, hooking over his body. It's bread and butter, easy stuff for Peter Dacos.
Yes, and Gavin Brown showing Dacos is not the only Collingwood player with great evasive skills. He gets around 2 opponents and check sides it through for a top goal.
And here's Darren Malone, who's in superb form at this stage. He does all sorts of things to get his shot at goal. And with the guy coming in on his right, he's under a bit of pressure to keep his concentration up. He did a fine goal.
We're going to see Dougie Hawkins here. Great value wherever he plays is Dougie Hawkins. That's the first of a couple of good goals by Doug yesterday, and he's been a real inspiration for the Scrays.
And Kel, here's the second one. Look at that magical turning, and he also turned the foot and put the boot in the right direction. Lovely goal.
And David Grant also for Footscray under notice again here. Juggles a ball off his head. Who cares, but shows great goal sense there for the youngster, and another good performance.
Here's a young man who can do marvellous things with the football, and also with his body, and as in evasion, that was fantastic. He's kicked from just over 49 metres. A glorious goal. It's gone at least 60 metres. Terrific stuff.
Yes, and also this is a good indication or example of the lack of pressure, really, that Melbourne did apply yesterday to North Melbourne, as Allison has plenty of time. A bit of a regulation goal. It's one of those ones you'd take him off if he missed it in the end.
Well, here's another scooter, this time from the Essendon Football Club, Alan Izard. He really got tremendous pace. He used it there. He's had a great season, Alan Izard. He's most consistent.
He was a good second last week, but he's gone all the way this week. It's become a weekly event, the way he gets around these players with his inspirational play. Ron assures me they didn't need an inspirational goal.
Burn lines him up and pops it through.
All day has to prop. In the end, the ruckman get a touch to it. Walsh got rid of it, yes. And Malin couldn't. And if you can't quite get the...
No.
Ball up.
Radcliffe. Werribee looking positive early in the third term. Rayburn inside, looking for Lesser.